The quickest, the fastest, the best in the world.
Magnus Carlsen.
Dominant, absolutely dominant.
Chess at blazing speeds.
Get popcorn ready.
Moves without thinking.
Rook A8, Rook A8!
Tactics without blinking.
Oh, Knight of 64.
What in the world just happened?
Oh my God, he lost no time.
The Speed Chess Championship is the elite chess event of the year. For 9 years, the world's strongest blitz players have matched wits over the 64 squares.
How does he do this?
This year, the world's best face-off.
Knight E7. He's blundering everything.
Fork, fork, fork.
You're watching the SCC on Chess.com, and it starts now.
Welcome everyone back to the Speed Chess Championship 2025. I am joined by a new co-commentator every single time I do this show. It is Roulette, and this time it is International Master Danny Wrench. Danny, welcome to the show. How many times do I get to say that to you?
Amon, thank you for having me. I hope to join you more than just once, but you've been crushing it. I've been watching as a fan. Every new host you have, you hold it down. So thanks for having me. Here we go. The SCC is back.
Oh, it's going to be exciting. And the only reason that Danny is going to be coming back is if he does, a good job today. So we'll be monitoring your performance, Danny. And I think people are already questioning whether Danny can handle the workload explaining the SCCs. So they said, hey, show this video instead. So take a look.
The Speed Chess Championships feature the most exciting format in online chess. 3 different time controls test competitors' skills across Blitz and Bullet. First is the 5-minute Blitz. Players battle for 75 minutes in the strategic and accurate time control. Next are 50 minutes of 3-minute Blitz, the sweet spot. It's slow enough that there is some time to think, but fast enough that intuition and speed are crucial.
Oh, and he's going to eliminate the B pawn and win.
Finally, 25 minutes of Bullet decide it all. Players are not just battling against their opponent and the board, but also the clock.
This is crazy. Hans was winning, and if you spotted it, a double attack, that would have clinched it.
It's a race against time to score points before time runs out. In all time controls, games have 1 second of increment. Once time trouble sets in, the players may be able to avoid flagging, but they will be locked into a scramble for the rest of the game. Fast, furious, tilting, and thrilling, since 2016, the Speed Chess Championship format has been the standard. Who is the king of online speed chess?
And you heard it there. That is the Speed Chess Championship, a familiar format. And obviously, the classics are all in place, Danny. We've been using this format. I think it just is truly the best online format to determine the ultimate best player. I mean, you have it this way for a reason, right?
I think so. I'm obviously biased, been accused of being as much, but I will say I love that we have a video that explains the format now. It's an upgrade since when I used to do a lot more commentary. We used to have to do that work ourselves. So you're spoiled over there. We have a video explainer. You don't even have to dive into all the format stuff. But I think it is, especially as this event goes on. We know the matches will get closer and closer. Yesterday's match between Dennis and Arjun was great. Will we have a close one today? I think this format really pays off, especially if it's close in the bullet section.
Yeah, and we have that 75 minutes of the longest time control working all the way down to 25 minutes of bullet chess. And today, I mean, we're talking about 2 players that have not actually played, Danny, as much as you might expect. We're talking about Wesley, we're talking about Vincent, and they're going up against one another without too much history. So it should be a lot of question marks, honestly.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Wesley has a ton of history in the Speed Chess Championship. He has maybe the most accurate 3+1 portion segment of all time. Haven't checked on those stats in a long time, but he's a formidable foe no matter what. Vincent Keymer, I'm pretty sure this is his first SCC, but he's young, so he doesn't know any better, right? He doesn't know what's going to happen. Maybe he pulls an upset today. Either way, they haven't played a lot, like you said, and we're going to see what this format tells us.
Exactly. Taking a look at the bracket here, bottom right of your screen there, Wesley So, Vincent Keymer. That's the matchup that we're going to be looking at today. You can see that the winner moves on to face the winner of Hikaru and Le Quang Liem. So the bracket is starting to take shape, Danny, as we prepare for what is going to be a pretty close match, in my opinion. But if you look at the numbers, look, 2 wins and 1 win for Vincent. They really have not faced each other too often. 3 blitz games played. This is why, Danny, I was saying it feels like a lot of question marks. We know the pedigree of Wesley, but Vincent, he could come out and stun, or he could just be another one of those first round opponents for the big dogs that goes down easily.
Yeah, it's hard to predict, obviously, because as we can see, they've hardly played each other. No one wants a blowout, but we do know that sometimes in the SCC, the first round matchups can get away from someone if they don't have that experience. But again, like we said, Vincent is young. He doesn't know any better. We don't really have a lot to go off here. Sometimes the way the 5+1 section starts can kind of tell you what's going to be happening for the entire day. So Wesley looking for a 4th SCC finals appearance. Those who don't know that, yeah, he's been in the finals 3 times. So the fact that he's playing Hikaru in the next round, if he can get by Vincent, I don't want to look ahead. That already has me thinking. But all right, we have a match today between Wesley and Vincent where what do you think Vincent needs to do early to kind of make these stats go the other way if that 83% is going to be proven to not be true?
Yeah, we always get these pre-match predictions, and let me just say, this is what it is for a reason. A lot of people are probably looking at Vincent right now and thinking he's playing probably the best chess of his career, best chess of his life. He's excelling in a lot of different formats, but I would say he's literally untested in the SCC format. And you're looking at Wesley, 9 appearances. He's been to the finals 3 times. He pretty much only loses to a handful of people in this event, Danny. So Wesley has just proven himself time and time again. That 83% is there for a reason. You talked about him playing probably the most accurate blitz segment in the history of the SCC. That's the Wesley that's getting that 83%. So it's just going to be interesting to see these styles match up. Vincent, for me, is someone that has a lot to prove. And I think early on, we're going to see exactly how prepared he is, whether he can adapt. I always say that's my #1 thing in the SCC after calling so many matches. The player that tries an opening, doesn't have it go well, but then doesn't adapt and change that opening, always gets into trouble.
I think you're nailing it. I think the 5-1 portion combined with what you just said about the openings being so key will tell us what we need to know, right? What happens in this longest time control where maybe Vincent can work out some of the nerves, like you said, hopefully try a couple things. And if he can show some weaknesses in Wesley's armor, now he can start doubling down on that in the faster time controls. But if you fall behind early against a guy like Wesley, who I'll just double down on the point you made a few moments ago, until last year, Amon, Wesley had only lost to 2 people in the Speed Chess Championship. Those people were Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Last year, of course, people remember the epic match against Hans Niemann, where Hans beat Wesley and then eventually moved on to Paris. But until last year, Wesley had never lost to anyone but the 2 guys who tend to win every SCC, Amon. So that's how good Wesley So is, and that's how much of an uphill battle Vincent Keymer has today.
Yeah, it's an important reminder because obviously Ali Reza has entered as, pretty much himself, Magnus, Hikaru as the front runners to win the SCC pretty much every time that they're competing. But Wesley is right there. He's got to be your #4 when you think of big names, because he just always seems to do it. You never see Wesley lose a match and just get blown out either. It's always going to be close. If he does lose, it's just the style that he has. He doesn't take excessive risks. He's really good when it comes to converting small advantages and just those maneuvering games. And we've been talking about how accurate he played a blitz portion. He's just one of the most accurate players in the world.
Yeah, there was a running preview segment we had in the early years and then even into the mid years where we would just highlight that Wesley So plays the most accurate 3-minute chess of anyone in the history of 3-minute. And we run a lot of data on that, both for cheat detection and other purposes. So like I said, I don't know exactly where he stands now, but let's just say that he's a guy who doesn't beat himself, doesn't make those mistakes. So, all right, from an opening perspective, you talked about how if it doesn't go your way, it's important to switch if you're Vincent Keymer. What do you predict here? Is he going to try to stay in the main lines of theory and see if he can maybe get just a little deeper than Wesley to get a good position, or do you expect him to try some different things and maybe try to take it into the mystery of the dark woods early against Wesley?
Well, I think Vincent is a classical player, and I mean that in every sense of the word. Literally classical chess, but also his style, very classical, playing the main lines, the highest levels of theory. He's interested and willing to go into those top level, high level discussions with someone like Wesley, and it comes from the players that he works with as well. Peter Leko, like that. Comes off in his chess as well. He's not looking to play a bunch of dubious sidelines. He doesn't play online, to my knowledge, as much as even someone like Wesley. So I think we're going to get that more classical approach, especially if we're starting in 5 minutes, the longest time format.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's more likely to be someone who goes deep in the theory than mixes it up and tries to surprise. And just like that, we've got a mainline Spanish, Rui Lopez on the board. Vincent, of course, black to start out. But as you can see there on the left, the position's still an opening book theory, not even a traditional computer eval. We're in very commonly traveled roads here.
Exactly. Yeah, and there's actually just no need to even give the evaluation, because right now this position has been seen so many times before that we can just draw on the experience here. Rook to e1, and Danny, this is really standard, and I do expect we're going to see not only a lot of e4, e5, but a lot of very main lines being thrown back and forth between these two in this entire match.
Yeah. Okay, well, Wesley finally plays the d4 pawn thrust, which is common in these Spanish positions. Sometimes you stop the bishop from coming to g4. Is Vincent taking a pause on that, or what's he calculating here? Because sometimes white will play h3 in these lines before you advance d4.
Yeah, the thing about h3 is, it's a move that prevents bishop g4, but depending on the position, you're not always scared of it. For example, if white didn't play d4 and black instead brought the bishop out to g4, white would just play knight d2, then play h3. And one thing black never wants to do in these e4, e5 positions is play bishop h5. It's very rare that you play that move ever because of knight f1, knight g3, and the best you can do is lose your bishop for the knight. So because you're never playing bishop h5, playing bishop g4 is usually a move that's only reserved if you're going to actually take on f3, and maybe white has to displace the queen. But if white just plays knight d2, knight takes f3, there's not much of an achievement.
Okay, yeah. And if black plays bishop g4 now, white can take on e5, which would force black to give up the bishop on f3. Otherwise, you end up losing a pawn at the end of that line. So Vincent pausing here, almost a minute down on the clock, which means at least as far as the first game goes, either Vincent is trying to recall some deep prep, or he's been a little bit thrown off by Wesley's move order here.
Well, the evaluation bar is hovering right around the middle, and this is a great example of that bishop to g4 move. And what we were talking about just a second ago, there's a real purpose for this. You're actually threatening to take on d4, whereas with the white pawn on d3, you would never play a move like bishop g4 for black. So this is bishop g4 with intent. There's no time for h3 or knight d2. I mean, you can play these moves, but clearly black has an idea to capture that pawn on d4, or slide the knight on a5 back to c6 ahead of time, and then bring the knight into d4.
And this is strange by Wesley, and we see that black creeps a little bit ahead of 50% because of it. In an endgame here where black has the 3-on-2 majority, typically black is super happy to see pawns that are further advanced, because white's majority on this side of the board is just harder to use. So I'm actually pretty happy with Vincent's position, despite using that extra time. We're looking at an endgame where black is set certainly no worse, right? And I would prefer black to white, especially given where this came from.
Yeah, I actually think that the reason that he spent time is because he knows it so well, and he was pausing because something felt a little bit off. It was almost like, hey, you didn't play the move that I think is best, so let me pause because I might have a slight advantage here. And so far, he's playing it that way. It does look slightly better for black. The pawns can be doubled on f3. There's all sorts of control on the d4 square, which exactly I'm expecting knight c6 and maybe knight into d4.
Yeah, and again, this 3-on-2 majority is a long-term advantage for black, but is already in play, given that if black starts advancing, you're threatening to create a passed pawn. So the sooner you recognize those majorities in your own games, it gives you your long-term plan. And I think Vincent is in a great position to strike here in game one. And certainly if it's your first SCC, you like that you're the one pushing a little bit, right? Not quite a 2-result position totally for black, but I think much harder for black to be the one who loses this endgame.
Yep, and that time has already evened back up. It was time well spent. Wesley, the reality is starting to sink in that his position is, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's just not good. It's not ambitious. It's equal at best, and he has to figure out a way to continue from here. Wesley is actually really good, I feel like, in these types of positions. He's not the kind of player where if he's slightly worse, it will spiral to much worse. He tends to be able to find those resourceful moves that, keep the balance in the position.
Yeah. Well, he's got to find that here because, like you said, time was even, and now time has flipped the other way. Vincent up more than 30 seconds. And you already highlighted it. The main thing coming here is a knight into d4. Whether you take on f3 first or build pressure on the pinned knight, that's a problem.
Yep.
Wesley has got to be thinking about ways to kind of change the center. Maybe e5, you try to open up more squares. Maybe you can get away with okay, he goes rook c1. I was wondering if knight to d5 was the move, but the computer doesn't like this at all. Knight d4 would be great for black.
I think knight d4 was the threat, so it's strange that it's not being dealt with. And I'm wondering if he has a move against this that was he planning to be able to capture this and play knight c6? Like, what was he counting on that he doesn't actually have? Because it's not like Wesley to just, miss knight d4. He obviously knows it's coming. What could he possibly be doing? Because it's just a pin.
No, I think you're totally right. Maybe we could show that why it doesn't work. If knight takes d4 was Wesley's idea, his point would be that if you take d1, you have knight to c6, which actually looks like it's accurate. But I think the point that Amon would make is that black is taking back here first, and now both the knight and the rook are on pre. So either Wesley just missed that simple recapture, or I don't know. I think that's actually possible in game one of a match like this where you're still a little rusty, right? It is the rest day there in St. Louis, so shout out to Wesley So competing in the U.S. Chess Championship. But I think he might have just missed that tactic, Amon, that you highlighted.
Yeah, and I guess he's played h3, so I mean that's fully explaining that things have been missed. So bishop takes f3, takes b4, knight coming to e2. I mean, that's a look that Vincent just gave on the camera there that says, yeah, I know that I'm completely winning. Talk about a poor start here, Danny. This is Wesley failing to keep the balance at all, and looks like he was honestly just asleep to start this match and gets caught off guard.
You're right. And now in hindsight, we get to see the story of the game more clearly. You were totally right to call out that when Vincent paused before playing e takes d4 back on move 11, he was really just trying to remember that he knew Wesley had already slipped. And then it's been perfect chess from there. Because if you look at the time log at the Chess.com events, anyone watching there, that move on move 11, Amon, is the only move that Vincent took any time on. And from there, it's been perfect chess for black, where he clearly knows what he's doing in this line.
Oh, yeah. And bishop f4, absolutely correct here. Trading off the bishop, rook c5, pretty much the only move to try to stay in it. Now, he's trying to create a situation where he's got the blockade, plays opposite bishops, but we're going to see a little bit of Vincent's technique here, how good it is. And I think this is an important moment for him early on in this match to just showcase it, because I know it to be very, very good.
I agree, and we got to give credit to Wesley, because depending on what happens in the immediate tactics right now, this is a good move to attack the rook. I just want to highlight that if Wesley somehow got the pawn to b3 and this knight to c4, Amon, that would be the type of blockade that is super irritating. And look at Vincent, finds tactical solutions to his positional problems. Plays b3, which hits the rook and a2.
I'm shocked, Danny. I can't believe rook a5. He's missing a lot right now.
Yep.
Wesley is not focused to start off this match.
Yeah, he's gonna lose quickly here, because you're not even gonna win that a2 pawn, everybody. If you move the knight, this rook would come to a8, and Wesley has already seen enough. He just resigns.
Yep.
Wow. Talk about a.
That's.
I mean, we said beforehand. We said beforehand, Wesley So, a guy who has one of the best careers in the Speed Chess Championship compared to anybody, I think, outside of Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. And we were asking the question, what would need to happen for Vincent to turn those pre-match predictions around? The 5-1 getting off to a good start is the way you write up the plan at home, and he has done it. So here we go.
Yeah, I don't really know much about the weaknesses of Vincent Keymer. His PR is amazing because I can't think of any. I think of Vincent and I just think of someone who really understands the highest levels of theory, not someone who tilts too often, seems to be adjusting. I mean, he's a young player, so he's going to adjust easily to the fact that it is a hybrid world we live in. You have to be able to play online and OTB formats. He just seems like that all-around player, and he's young with a lot of time to work on chess. So he's just looking like a really tough guy to take down. Not a lot of weaknesses. And Wesley, in that game one, Danny, did not look very good. So he will play into his level, but he's not there yet.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, and especially just in terms of applauding Vincent Keymer and what we've seen. Someone who's really burst onto the scene in the last couple of years, right? At least as far as high level. Those who follow the game closely knew of Keymer coming up, but I think his performances at the freestyle chess events where he won the event at Weisenhaus and beat Magnus Carlsen in a match where I remember at the time being so impressed because Vincent had winning position, but then he blew it, but then he won again. And that's where you know you're dealing with someone special against Magnus Carlsen, when they can keep their nerves and kind of maybe win a game twice, as they say. So I'm just agreeing with you that if Wesley gets himself in a hole, Vincent Keymer has the poise and the maturity of a young player to win in those time scrambles and to keep his nerves together. And so yeah, this could be a tough day. And by the way, I love Vincent's position here in game two. Totally the classical way to play against the Leningrad Dutch. Just fee and kettle the white square bishop and play on the light squares. And I really like White's position.
Yeah, he's already managing. I mean, you're probably going to exchange the bishops. You're going to exchange everything, really. And you just have all the play on the B file, the C file. Exchanging on D5 brings in knight B5 as well. It definitely looks like a very, very comfortable position for Vincent. So this is a player, Danny, I think people who've been following online, following those many formats and events that we have, they're going to know the name Vincent Keymer. It's really just welcome to the SCC. It's almost like, I feel like we're watching a number one overall draft pick. There's a lot of hype. You know how good they are. How are they going to adjust to the big leagues, so to speak? And so far, he looks well adjusted.
Couldn't agree more. He didn't play the move knight h4. I was kind of highlighting to your point. Queen b3, of course, the even more direct way to hit pressure here. But if you're trying to take notes at home for anyone who wants a system against the Leningrad Dutch, typically this Fianchetto bishop both serves the purpose of putting pressure on the light squares, but it also is a very, very safe setup. And so you're not as worried about the attacking ideas Black has. So just highlighting that at some point you got to watch out for that bishop to come to life and everything on the light squares to be a problem. So I'm just pointing out how much, even if there's not an immediate win here, Amon, how much White's position is just so easy to play and very solid here against the Dutch.
Yeah, and when you play f5, e5, d5, but the action is happening all on the other side of the board, that's what White is looking for. So the queen can sit pretty decently on the a5 square in these positions, hits a7, hits d5, supports all sorts of moves next, whether it's knight a4, knight b5, rook f to c1, and White also has sometimes an idea to play d4 and knight e5 just to anchor the knight into the middle of the board. So I feel like Vincent has set himself up with a lot of ideas in the middle game, and Wesley doesn't get that natural attack that you're expecting, which is why, Danny, he's jumping forward with the move f4. The reaction looks very, very intelligent if this forces a queen trade. What do you think?
I love that move because it points out you would only open up your king, Amon, and kind of break up what I said about this structure being very solid if you had a concrete idea. So note that White breaks a principle by opening up pawns in front of their king, but immediately is basically forcing a queen trade because the rook behind it is undefended. And if we get that endgame, that rook comes to b4 with two immediate threats, the f4 pawn, as well as doubling of the rooks, followed by advancing the a pawn. So this is like kind of a full board sort of canvas here for Vincent Keymer right now. And I love how just concretely he was ready to do this. I think he'll just snag this pawn and then be happy about it.
the move was so good that Wesley, he knows he's making a bad move by playing queen e8, but he just had to respect that the endgame was slightly better. You'll see this with top players a lot. They know how good the technique is at that level. I don't want to play an endgame where I'm slightly worse. I'd rather play a middle game where I do have some open lines where I'm much more, I'm much worse compared to that, but at least, the likelihood you make a mistake is much higher.
I love that point because, again, Wesley may go down 2-0 here, but pointing out that queen e8 was a move like Amon said. You could see it on Wesley's face. He knows it's bad, but at least he has the bishop. At least he has the rook coming over. He's hoping for some sort of counterplay here. So kind of ignore the computer eval being even better for white. They both knew this was good for white, but he's kind of like, I've already messed up. Might as well give myself some practical chances. And Vincent does only have a couple minutes. So this one isn't over just yet.
And Vincent is really like, he has that classical approach where it's like he knows that this is good, so he's going to play it. Whereas I might shy away from allowing Wesley to have a certain position like that. But no, he's going straight in. I was wondering whether he was going to occupy d4, and bishop g4 is the perfect prompt to bring that knight into the d4 square. The queen on h4, it's a good thing it's been brought over. If it was over on b4, I would be a little more concerned. But I mean, the knights just all have great squares. Knight d4, knight b5. You can play rook c1. Wesley is not liking this position at all.
Yeah, kind of a non-traditional outpost square to think of. It is an outpost square by the pure definition that no enemy pawns can attack it, but you don't always see it in front of pawns in this way. But that knight is just so solid, a unicorn of a beast right there, controlling the board. And I mean, Keymer could even go take this pawn, by the way. I don't know if he wants to, but it does undefend the knight. If he wants to get greedy, yes, you have rook h5, but so what? I play queen g3. So don't be surprised if the kid goes pawn grabbing.
Agree. The knights on b6 and f6 are really dominated. The pawn on d3 is doing the heavy lifting here. Knight on b6 has no useful squares to go to. Knight on f6 can't really move at all. And in terms of the queen on h4, you start to be concerned about it getting trapped, but good calculation will tell you it's just not possible.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because I think a lot of players, you cower in fear at the threat of this, but a little bit of disciplined, stay calm, and carry on. There is no trap. In fact, if anything, the queen's probably better on g3 to some degree. So these knights are dominant. Maybe now we push the a-pawn, and Wesley, he's going to need to gather himself here because the 2-0 hold that he could be facing would not be what he thought he was going to have today.
Yeah, I'm wondering what can we do to generate something? I think the rook wants to make an appearance on g5. Maybe it's not even crazy to play a move like f4. I'm sure you don't need to play it. Maybe you could wait, and then that would be a reaction to the move rook g5. Remember, if you don't have a move here, Danny, you can always play a4, a5, a6. Like if you don't know what to do, that's always a great idea.
But look, you called it. You said you're not sure if you want to do it. It is a commitment, and it does weaken e3. But to your point, Amon, it's also very concrete, and it stops rook g5. He'll probably put the other knight on d4 now, just to kind of replace that pony. And then, unless e3 becomes a target, I'm struggling with ways to... Wow, okay, that move wants e5 in a hurry. It is very, very risky to both e3 and the e4 square, though.
Yeah, that is surprising because knight d4 was natural and it would have just replaced things. But we can see the idea is clear. Knight e4, I guess you want to take this, and I mean knight e5 is a little bit. Yeah, I guess you can play it, takes, and maybe pawn to d4. I'm wondering if he's underestimating that.
I think so. And Amon, now we have rook f6 and king h7 threatening rook g6. I know what you're thinking. The king is not a fighting piece, but hey, right? I mean, this is actually, there's a reason the eval bar has gotten a lot closer to 50-50 here, everyone, despite white being up material. That tells you the potential for counterplay. So this e5 idea was not ideal. And the computer says rook f7 is the only move because there's checkmate on g7. I guess we should note that.
Yeah, rook b7, rook f7, maybe from f8 also looks pretty reasonable, and he does use it. I think it's because he wants rook f6 as an idea here. Rook 5 to f6, threatening rook g6, which is what you mentioned. So I can understand from Wesley's perspective why he wants to do that. We get to see Vincent under pressure, under real-time pressure here. How does he handle it, Danny?
And now okay, I highlighted it before Wesley could play it. This is an obvious point. Now you can trade queens. F4 is weak. Okay, rook b4 was
What
the
a
only
move, rook
move.
b4. What
Yeah.
a move. That is really powerful. And Wesley is, because he can take on e3. He can win that pawn,
Yeah.
but
But you
that
don't want to
eliminates all
trade
the
queen.
danger. Yeah, like he has to play it, but I don't think he's going to lose Vincent anymore.
Yeah, that was such a smooth transition. And by the way, did it with just a few seconds on the clock. He will love that increment from here. Remember, the players get 1 second added to the clock with every move, so that 10 seconds is not the end of the world for anyone just tuning in on the format. But okay, at least Wesley has chances here if you're him, right? If you can get the king in front and somehow maybe undermine the pawns with g5, that's like an outside drawing chance, but I'm liking Vincent once again.
He's way too comfortable, I want to say. Like, the rooks are behind both of the pawns. Just take this. Rook takes, rook b4. He's trying, but I think the pawns just go. Rook behind each pawn, Danny. This is like perfect for a rook endgame. There's going to be a lot of decoys. Even if Wesley can stop the pawns, which I don't think he can, it's going to be way on the other side of the board.
Well, look how savvy this king to h3 was. That wins the game because the king could not come back to stop the pawn, everybody, because you have to guard the rook. So that technique of Vincent putting the king on h3 was exactly what the doctor ordered. Okay, by the way, this is a bluff. You can't actually take that pawn because if you trade rooks in the end, white gets a queen. Ooh, that's... Okay, that was an odd choice.
Oh my
goodness. That was a horrible choice.
Yeah, he had the win there by just advancing his own king and his own g-pawn. Putting the rook behind the a-pawn was the absolute wrong call. Not to mention, I think that he did miss a free rook earlier in the game. But all of which to say, he knows it's a draw now. He knows he messed that up. That is a big mistake.
Yeah, if you want to back up, fans, there was a free rook when the king was overloaded. The black king, he missed the key idea there. And okay, wow. Well, I think we have to pause and really applaud the fact that for Wesley So, that was a huge win of a draw, right? Some draws are more equal than others, and that was a draw that you feel like was a victory given how lost you were. So Wesley So showing his experience in this event that you don't give up for a reason. That's a huge game right there, I think, to start this match.
Yeah, definitely a difference. It doesn't feel like much, but confidence-wise, Vincent wins that game. It just goes down as an absolutely clean game, start to finish. Never really in any danger, found a lot of resourceful moves, and has the confidence that he can handle time scrambles going forward. We're looking at a little bit of a different story here where, you know, we got to see time pressure get to him a little bit, and that rook a2 move was not good. So he is human after all, Danny.
Yeah, he made a mistake there in the time pressure, which, okay, time's going to tell. Literally, time will tell as this match goes on, but we don't know Vincent Keymer's mouse speed skills. As you said, he doesn't play a lot online, especially compared to some of his peers in the younger generation. This is true. And again, we applauded Vincent for all the many skills, and I think he will be an elite player for many years to come. But we have not seen him in this event, and we haven't seen how he handles some of those scrambles. So maybe that time got to him a little bit, right? He had the time, but a little bit of nerves missed the chance to put the game away.
Yep. And this will be the something to monitor going forward in the Speed Chess Championship, and especially this match for him. But early days here, no matter what. And honestly, Wesley, even though he survived there, he doesn't have a lot to look forward to. The games that he's been playing, he's been behind in both of them. So we haven't really seen Wesley put forward a game that he would really stand behind. So I'm curious if that's going to be this game, Danny, because he's got the bishop pair. Clearly, white is slightly better. And Wesley, for the first time, has gotten out of the opening with what I would say is a position he's pretty comfortable with, but he needs to finish development, and he wishes that the pawn on c2 was actually on c3, I think. It would deal with the knight on c6 and the bishop on g7 a little bit better. So because the knight is on c3, the d4 square is just a little bit weaker than it would like to be.
Yeah. It's interesting because the specifics of the position kind of outweigh, maybe at least for the time being, the long-term features. Because we like Wesley's position long-term, right? You have the bishop pair. You're thinking about the potential of the light square bishop because there's no black counterpart to challenge. So if Wesley can solve these things like he's trying to and get this piece going. But yeah, here bishop takes c3, according to the computer, is the only move to maintain the balance. Otherwise, e5 comes, I think, and this bishop is locked out of play.
Yeah, e5 is a massive threat. And if you think of moves that deal with it, pawn to e5 from black simply allows knight d5. That doesn't look great at all. Terrible move. And then pawn to f5, first of all, allows it anyway, if not even better moves. So I don't really know what he's going to do here, but he might play knight b6 if he's not going to take on c3. Danny, I don't think a human is playing bishop takes c3 too often.
It's so hard to give up a bishop that is fianchettoed for a reason, right? It protects the king, it's on the long diagonal, but it actually was needed. And if Wesley finds e5, not only is e4 open for business, but as we already highlighted, the bishop is blocked and this bishop is open. Wesley doesn't need to be asked again. He goes for it. And I'm like,
we're going to see g5. That's a question mark to myself as well. But yeah, it's just it's the only move that makes sense with h5. Now, I don't think this is necessarily good, but from Vincent's perspective, the h5 move was bad if your plan was just to allow e5 knight e4. Terrible, because then you give up the g5 square. So while it might not be totally sound here, he's definitely trying to fully undermine that e-pawn, and that was why he played h5, h4, now g5.
Yep. It's funny because even if it doesn't work out, I do like the idea, and I love the forethought with this h5 thrust, right? He wasn't just gaining space on an h-file that doesn't matter. He had already planned his approach to this. Wesley does give up the fianchettoed bishop, the move that maybe Vincent should have done before the center was closed. And now what? Okay, now he's going for this. This is nice because at the end of this tactic, if we just show a trade, the point is that at some point White will have this move bishop g5 in a lot of positions, I think. And this can become pretty awkward.
Yep, this is definitely his plan. I mean, it's been taken. I'm assuming we're going to see knight takes e5. And then after f6, bishop takes h4. I just think Vincent has to be a little bit satisfied. Like he is out of that position, which looked pretty bad. This g5 idea, I think we can call it a moderate success.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, it shows you that it's a game for a reason, right? The practical pressure you apply there. Wesley not able to solve all the problems of the dark squares. Still a teeny bit better, but both kings are potentially feeling the breeze. That's not a one-sided problem. Wesley's
what about f5?
Only real advantage is these positional maybe weaknesses here. Okay, here he goes. He goes for f5.
Yeah, f5 just looks like the move. It opens your bishop on g7. The b2 pawn is loose. I mean, White's king is just about as weak as Black's king, so it's not really clear what's going on. I think that after knight c5, there's a lot of hanging pawns, so it's hard to say exactly what's going on. But from Black's perspective, you have ideas like knight f4, the b2 pawn is hanging, taking on g4 continues to open things up. Rook d5 might be a nice square. So I'm trying to consider all those things, but this is a very messy position.
Yeah, it's messy because even with all those ideas, White can look to an endgame if you're not careful, get the queens off the board. The question is, what happens when the smoke clears? Will White have enough? I think Wesley thought he was playing for a win, so maybe he doesn't want to just see a massive liquidation. Knight f4, by the way, would be a move that protects e6 and does the things that you talked about.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what Vincent is calculating here.
Yeah, knight f4, queen f3 is just so kind of anticlimactic. Yeah. All you have is just thoughts of moving backwards after that. So it doesn't feel that good. And he plays knight e5, which I'm guessing is one of the best moves in the position, Danny.
What a fantastic move. It blocks the e6 pawn, so a different way to defend it than knight f4, and doubles down on the pressure on g4. Queen to g5 will be in the air with check at some point. Maybe not now, but keep an eye on it. Wow. Yeah,
exactly. There's also an idea of like rook to d6, and like if it gets taken, you take with the pawn. So it does go for your queen g5.
Yeah, he goes for. I love games like this. I was just going to say that it's a 50-50 eval bar, but that has nothing to do with the fact that this is like a blunderable position, as we call it, right? This means that there's a lot going on here. One move, and you could see that evaluation slide up for either player. It feels like White's position is actually the more dangerous one now because of the queen and knight starting to work together here.
Yeah, and we're also seeing the time creep down a little bit for Vincent to the point where it's meaningful. Rook to d5, similar idea. Normally White reserves like c4 for moments like this, but I'm not so sure. Yeah, he plays c4 now. the position just feels a little bit loose and like a bit dangerous. But okay, if he's trading on D1, that's great news for Wesley.
Yeah, super tough position to calculate. Apparently, according to the computer, instead of rook d5, black was supposed to play rook f8 right away, but I have no idea why. And at this point, it's still just as much of a mess where Vincent is bringing the pressure, but he's also the one under more time pressure.
Yeah, Vincent is also under the pressure of the position that if he doesn't kind of crack through here, White has, an amazing endgame, probably just a winning position. So he's threatening things like knight h4 here. Queen d3 looks like a decent move to get out of knight h4. But I'm just saying Vincent is all in on making some tactic work because his pawn structure is awful.
No, it's a great point, right? Vincent not only has 30 seconds, he only has a few moves to make something happen over here. You have to cash in because this endgame is just a bunch of ugly ducklings for pawns over here. And all Wesley wants to do is get the queens off the board and then show some technique.
Yep. Yeah, rook f5. He's constantly playing these moves where maybe it would improve the pawns just a little bit if Wesley captures, but he gets tempted into this one.
Yeah, I wonder if Wesley could have just taken that pawn on c7, by the way. He traded, but there was no real threat by the rook. So I saw the I don't know, but maybe he could have gotten away with it. Now he has to move the knight to safety, and Vincent is still putting some pressure on the position.
Yeah, sometimes knight d2, queen d1 is like funny coordination where the queen gets in behind the position and causes some disarray. And with the queens on the board, all the chances here for Vincent. Wesley he's interested in things like knight f3, trading everything, even if he loses the b2 pawn. Exactly, because the endgames are all going to be winning. Yeah.
It shows you the power of your enemy's pawns being on the same color as your bishop. Amon highlighting some good stuff. Even if black wins that pawn, white is still winning in that endgame for those reasons. So really good lesson for the viewers there, not to just cash in on an easy pawn. Black has to keep pressure.
And it's going to get tougher and tougher to play here. I don't actually think that black needs to do anything. Yeah, because white doesn't want to take this knight on d4. And I was going to say, and allow maybe the pawn to capture. I was thinking pawn takes on d4 and queen e4 might have been a tough thing to deal with. But queen, I think, is going to go to e4 no matter what.
I think you were right. I think the computer will agree with you, but I think Vincent was biased to some idea that he still has pressure on the king, the human thing to do. But I think you're right that now actually maybe Wesley starts to untie and get some pressure, because if the pieces are forced to trade, white is still in the driver's seat in this endgame. I like this move bishop f4. I don't even know why. He finally does it because I just felt like it was the right way to fix the coordination. Yeah.
Agreed. Queen g3, but the question is now, after queen f7, basically what is the threat if Vincent just kind of hangs out in this position?
Yeah, that's fair. And maybe that's exactly what he intends to do, is just sit tight. Yeah, if Wesley could get the queens off the board, an outside pass pawn and some targets, but it doesn't look like Vincent is going to allow it. Wesley in danger of repeating, and this game will automatically be declared a draw. And on that note, it is. We still have a 1-game lead for Vincent Keymer.
And I think that is a good, solid hold from Vincent. I actually, in some ways, find that game really impressive from Vincent because the pawn structure was terrible throughout. And somehow he managed to navigate an awful, doubled isolated pawns, things loose all over the place. It looked like achieving that e5 by Wesley was going to mark the end, but he made this ultra creative h4 g5 pawn sacrifice work. So all in all, a pretty creative game from Vincent, who was definitely much worse at times, and he just navigated.
Yep. Couldn't agree more. And even though he's only at 1 game, he's got to be feeling pretty jubilant about the fact that Wesley has already changed openings, right? He didn't go back to the Leningrad Dutch knowing that Vincent should have really crushed him in that game. Wesley got away with one in the last time Vincent was white. So I'm just noting the mini game within the game here that Vincent is sort of putting Wesley on his back heels to change openings already.
Yeah, exactly right. Talk about adaptability, and it does make sense. You don't want to make it to the bullet segment without having solved some of the problems and theoretical discussions in the longer portions, because then you're playing on pure instinct, and if you haven't sorted things out, you're naturally just going to default to playing the exact same variations that you have thus far. We're all guilty of that. Even if you're playing into like a lost position, our brains just like, we just keep playing into it unless we're making an active change.
Yep. No, it's so true. There are things about the format that have their own meta. Sometimes you see players use the clock, right? They make end games go out longer to try to get time off that total ticking down timer that you can see next to the 5+1 portion. That's one of the games within the games in the SCC. The other one I think Amon highlighted is really, really underrated, that how the players poke and prod for what they're going to do in the opening stage in Bullet is kind of happening now, and it can really pay off, and you sort of forget that they were sort of finding those weaknesses a couple hours ago. So I love that point. Yeah, and here we go. Vincent in a decent position. What is happening now? A very weird King's Indian transition.
Yeah, Vincent is making a point that he wants to play these C4 systems, so he's bringing out the English so far in the match. Not to say that we're going to see that all the way throughout, but that's how he's starting, and he's seeing how Wesley is reacting. Bishop pair for black here, but definitely a position I would probably say White's pretty comfortable with. The pawn can make it up to d4 and rook to e1. h3 just stopping bishop g4. Maybe I think an opposite bishop position might have been decent for black. So I would expect moves like d4, rook e1, bishop d3, etc. Go from there. Maybe try to trade light squared bishops if you're white.
Yeah, and maybe eventually e5 at the end of your idea where the pawns advance and white uses the center. But all right, Wesley's not sitting around, though. He plays a5. He's going to get some counterplay on the queen side. And the thing I really don't like about black's position is the c7 pawn. This feels like a closed Sicilian reversed, where black has this big problem on c7 instead of white's pawn on c2. So, okay, what's the idea here on bishop d3?
I think maybe a more like ambitious or direct way to defend and attack would have been queen c2, hitting c7, guarding e4. I like the move bishop d3. I suggested it earlier, so I can definitely understand it. The follow-up maybe rook e1, but the move g4 here is a very serious one. So if you play rook e1, don't think that g4 is not coming. Pawn to g4 takes, bishop takes, loosens up not only the knight, but then the d4 pawn. I actually think that g4 is a serious plan, or even the computer's saying h5. Let's make it even deadlier.
And Wesley agrees with the computer, but your idea in principle is the point. G4 is coming. This is hard to deal with. And now, okay, you voluntarily retreat, but that just gives me d4 if we're into that. So, so yeah, I mean, you could take and then bring the queen to f6. Okay, there are some fun little tactics to keep in mind here if the queen and bishop start doing work on h7, but we like black's chances a lot more every time the position opens up because Wesley has the bishop pair and this dark squared bishop.
Yeah, g4, and I mean, what's the idea after knight takes g4? So the d-pawn is still hanging, but I also think that instead of just taking on d4 and giving up h5, playing g4 is technically another way of losing a pawn, and he's going to regain it on d4. So he's just playing all these much better moves. Bring the knight to g4, take the tempo with queen h4, and if you play something like knight h2, now it's time to even things up with bishop takes d4.
I love it. Sometimes we're translating the computer blue arrow, which if you don't speak Chess.com game review, blue arrow means that's the one move that needs to be played to maintain the current evaluation. Wesley's finding all of those best moves, so we don't even have to explain it. As Amon said, the knight is attacked. If it moves, it no longer guards f2, which means bishop takes d4 is even more powerful. The queen and bishop are doing work. This could be the best chance Wesley's had yet in the match to get a dub.
Yeah, dare I say Wesley is just understanding the position a little bit better than Vincent in this particular one. He immediately locked in on the plan g5, h5, g4 sacrifice with queen h4. These did not, like, he didn't spend a lot of time on these moves. He just knows they're part of the position. I was going to say bishop b6. He might try to just save that bishop. The computer wanted something more direct, but bishop b6 was almost what I expected.
It's a very human move because of the move you see here, right? Knight f3 would have been a fork to the bishop and queen. So I wonder if there were more direct ways to bring in pressure here. But still, regardless of the eval getting a little closer to 50-50, this still remains a very tough position for white. Wow, e5 would be a move for Bronstein to be happy, right? A little bit of a positional clearance sacrifice, and then maybe you blockade on the light squares. Vincent doesn't find it.
Yeah, understandable, but I will say, if everyone just makes kind of normal looking moves, I do think Wesley is going to crash through. King g7,
Yeah.
rook h8, even the other rook swinging over to g8, followed by king f8. Good luck defending both of those rooks on the open lines, Danny. There's just no chance there.
You're talking freestyle pressure here, right? You're putting the rooks on G and H and the king on F8, castling by hand the old and slow way. But yeah, black's pressure is very real, which is why Vincent tries to get the queens off. What's funny is even if you get the queens off here, black is still very happy with the bishop pair and he does that. But the bishop now on B6 guards that one weakness I said earlier was a real problem in this structure, talking about a close Sicilian reverse. So Wesley doesn't have that problem. Bishop takes care of it. He's the one with all the winning chances here.
Absolutely, and he's preventing the e5 move, which is always a nice one. The rooks for white are not coordinated too well. They're disconnected. The bishop on b1 is really just performing a defensive duty, guarding the e-pawn. It's really up to Wesley how you want to continue from here. You can double rooks, sort of play rook to a3, just slowly invade on the a file. You can swing over to the king side, but it doesn't look like that's where the action is anymore.
Interesting to play rook a1, and maybe even more interesting, Vincent knows the threat. The idea was rook takes e4, everybody, because the bishop was pinned. And so Vincent immediately spotted that and defended his rook. But it just shows how close I think white's position is to maybe falling apart here. There are tactics in the air. You have to be very careful with the bishops and the rook applying pressure.
Yeah, this is not a comfortable position, but Vincent, he has some ideas. The nice thing about a bad position sometimes is pretty clear what you're supposed to do. So maybe bishop bishop d3 here to try to trade. Ooh.
So hard to play this. What is the reason? Is it just like king up to e5? Normally, okay, no, it wasn't. That was the move I played. Wesley liked it, but obviously not a good move. So we'll look at it. But yeah, bishop.
I'm almost looking at rook
what is
a2.
There's a win. Oh, that's it. Okay, so that's the same win I think from before. That bishop on b1 is pinned. So this is
I think it's less about the f2 pawn when the rook was on f3 and more about just bringing the pieces in. Rook a2 allows it to go to b2 and just everything hangs.
Yeah, and I think this is the idea that has been lurking all along. Too much threats. Bishop takes f2, by the way, the most immediate if you're keeping score at home. And I think Vincent is just running out of defensive
b1
resources.
is not playing, Danny. That's the problem, is that it's guarding e4. It takes on a2. It's just guarding d5. It's doing nothing. And look at those two black bishops. It's not comparable, the quality of the pieces.
Yeah. Oh, man. Vincent thinking of a move. Okay, I was going to say he's thinking of a last-second check, either rook h5 or knight f3 check, but that's all it is a last-second check. And unfortunately for Vincent, this isn't bullet, so it's not going to make Wesley flag, and he still just has no way to deal with these threats.
Yep. We've seen shots from both of them in the early stages of the match here. I think that Vincent has been impressive, but in this particular game, it's the first time we really saw Wesley take over and just understand what the position demanded a lot more. Look at that. I mean, not going to miss those basic tactics there. And I think there's a little bit of work to do, but everything is falling in the position.
Yeah, probably debating between bishop d3 and just taking the pawn right away. I'm not sure. The problem with bishop d3, I think, is you can't actually take on e4 right away, but Wesley is obviously calculating it to be sure. Yeah, he does just take b4.
Yeah, white doesn't have a pass pawn, so there's nothing really dangerous about white's position. You just have to organize your bishops well here.
Yeah. The c7 pawn remains the only thing that stops you from coordinating well. Maybe at some point, I was just going to say, maybe at some point you push the c pawn to solve it, but no, he plays an even more disciplined move. Bishop c5, and then you push him, baby. Let's go, baby. Yeah.
He's going to push this pretty much, as far as he can go, and the bishop can always defend on d4, which is why we see rook to d3. Now, cutting off that rook.
Bishop coming to... Okay, he goes to d1. I thought maybe... Oh, nice move. If the king leaves f1, you get a check followed by a queen. Vincent really playing it out for good measure, but it's just a piece. And easy money for Wesley at this point.
That was great. Great technique from Wesley there, just showcasing how to use the bishops and why two bishops easily overpower one rook.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's going to peter out a little bit. I wonder if we're already in match strategy. I wonder how Vincent thinks about the 5. Okay, well, there he just hangs his rook. I was going to say, I wonder how Vincent thinks about the 5-1 portion, because he could just resign. Maybe get another game before our halfway break, but maybe not, actually. I think we are officially midway through the 5-1 time control.
Yeah, the 5+1 portion we've reached the midway point, but we've actually eaten a little bit more than half the time because the game got underway first, and it is all tied up here, Danny, at 2-2, and the players have earned those points in much different ways. Overall, I think Wesley, he had a big save of a draw that could have been a loss. He had a great final game before the break. But overall, the level that Vincent has shown has been quite high. So you got reasons to be happy for both players here.
I totally agree. Both sides are taking some sort of storyline into their break right now that makes them feel good. Because Vincent, you could argue, has played the better chess, but Wesley really feels like he's in control of the momentum right now. And if Vincent doesn't come back and maybe right the ship and stop the bleeding, the favorite starts to flex. So I think both sides are going to gather themselves, but also have good things to be happy about.
Yeah, I mean, as Vincent, you can't be too disappointed with a match like this because it started really well. Even though that happened, you can't be thinking half empty. You have to be thinking the glass is half full. And speaking of glasses, we want to remind everyone about Zenny. If you play online chess, the chances are that you have an eye strain and need a pair of blue light glasses. Zenny has got you covered with affordable frames in a huge range of styles. You can also find with standard lenses, night driving technology, light sensitivity support, and more. As the official eyewear partner of Chess.com, Zenny is hooking you up with a 15% off your purchase with code SCC15 only through October 31st. Use !Zenny in chat to find your next pair of glasses. We are going to be right back for the next part of this 5+1 segment, Wesley versus Vincent in the SCC. Don't go anywhere.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
We have 4 different puzzles, white to play and win.
I think quite clearly the idea would be to get some knight h6, knight h7 mate. We need to get the rook out of the way, so I would assume we go for rook takes g6 first move. I mean hg, queen h7, king h7, knight g5, knight h6, knight h7 is direct mate. fg, queen h7, I guess only king f8 is possible, but then, I don't know. I guess queen h8, queen g8, queen h6, king f7, knight g5 also works. So.
Yeah, amazing. Wow. Can you just show us the moves?
Yes, so I will take on g6. Let's say fg. So okay, this is quite... there should be even many ways to mate, but I guess this is the main motive.
Very nice. Wow.
Well done.
Impressive. White to play and win.
Quite obviously we have back rank issues. The first thing that came to my mind was some queen g3, king a8, queen e3, but I see there's a queen g6 option, which could be problematic, but maybe then I have rook d2. So I think that could be a try. King c8 is the only issue. If I go bishop a7, queen c2, queen b8, king d7, queen b7, queen c7, rook, really quite long lines. I mean, rook d1 I think about king e6, and then I don't really see a clear follow-up. Maybe if I go, but I feel like it's too far. Usually if I have to go that far, solutions are wrong. Yeah, this one is quite difficult. Yeah, I was thinking whether we can use the diagonals, some bishop d6 followed by queen h3, but I see there's f5. I mean, I'm talking about queen g3, king c8, bishop d6, queen c2, queen h3, f5, so I cannot really see any follow-up there. Ah, okay, so we go queen g4 check, queen g4, bishop a7, and then king d7, rook d2, and rook c1, I guess.
Very good.
Yeah, this is the typical mistake of not considering unusual moves, yes.
Welcome back from break. Everybody, the SCC match continues, but I have to say, before we jump back into things, Danny, just even during the break there, you and I were reminiscing on that last game, and just it's kind of crazy how quickly it turned around, and felt like it would be instructive to take a look at the moment where it could have been better played by Vincent in order to prevent exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's always interesting when a game just steamrolls for one player. You want to go back and figure out why. It's funny because it was a point Amon and I had already been highlighting, that c7 was such a critical weakness, and bishop d3 at the time didn't feel huge, but really it was a lot more than even the computer eval shows. The move that needed to be played was queen to c2, to not just put immediate pressure, but stop the plan that was coming, because without that tempo and the threats that follow for white, it's black who takes over Amon. Bishop d3 is where Wesley started to steamroll, and I'll let you take it from there because it was just a one-way street.
Yeah, and I'm guilty myself. I suggested bishop d3 is a natural move, but not pressuring c7 meant that black's rook on a8 could stay there instead of having to go passive on c8. It's always on the a file, and black says, okay, no threats, no pressure, g5, h5, and then we see black is able to crash through. Even though knight h2 was played, Danny, g4 anyway. You lose the pawn, but look how quickly every piece activates with tempo. Recapture, the knight takes, the queen comes out to h4. You've got nothing better than to drop your knight back. f3 is not a move you can play. The d4 pawn is loose, so you have to play knight h2, and then drops d4, and we saw exactly what happened. The bishop was able to reroute, at the end of this entire thing, to b6 and defend that c pawn, which, if you started by attacking it, it could never have happened.
Yeah, it's funny. If you look at this position compared to just a few moves ago, right, we had a bishop that was in danger of being locked out of the game by white center, and a pawn that was in danger of being targeted. And then everything changes. Black's bishop is on an ideal diagonal, taking care of your only weakness. And obviously there was a little bit of back and forth for the rest of the game, but in hindsight, it was really just Wesley So's show, and he does win and level the match. Like we said, I think the 2-2 score feels a little bit advantage Wesley because of the momentum. But again, Vincent has played well. We'll see if he can right the ship right away in this next game.
Yeah, the good thing for Vincent is that I think his overall level has been quite good. It's just in that specific position, I feel that he was outplayed, but he might have played even the kind of the better chess overall, taking that one game out of the equation. So it depends whether you value, the overall level shown, because Wesley started really, really slowly, or if you think more about momentum.
Yep. Well, obviously, these guys know that you're only as good as your next chess game or maybe your next chess move, really. So I think a lot of the best players have that required short-term memory loss, and now they're going to get back to it. But yeah, here Wesley gets the white pieces, almost like we're restarting the match, because if you're just joining, Wesley had white in the first game, didn't play very well. Vincent won that first game. Wesley switches to d4 instead of e4, which all the way back to game 1, we had a Spanish.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this opening here. Bishop to h4, you can tell from the bar on the side that we are still very much in theory, and that's the move that I was wondering about. Would we see the ultra-aggressive g5? This really changes the nature of the position. Black is foregoing even the obvious bishop b7 in favor of kicking the bishop, playing knight e4, which is a move, of course, only possible due to the pin from the bishop on b4. So are we going to see bishop takes or a5? Yep, we do see bishop captures on c3. And I like these positions for black overall.
Yeah.
I find them really difficult to play properly with white. Now, I have to say, sometimes I run into a strong player, Danny, and they play it well for white, and I'm like, oh, that's how you're supposed to do that. But it's few and far between. Like, this is exactly right. What do you do against h5, h4? Like, I'm already panicking.
You're speaking my love language here with the Nimzo Indian, Amon. You know that I play this system as black as well, and I love these positions for black, but I have had the same experience where I tend to have a lot of fun playing the positions as black with this h5 idea. You also have c5 at some point as a Nimzo player, and you barrel down on these double pawns. But when you go against a strong player who knows how to use the bishop pair, these dark squares are potentially weak long-term. You can have games that backfire very quickly for black. So we'll see what Vincent does if he figures out the right way, and maybe he gives us a bit of a lecture here on how white is supposed to play. Or not. We'll see.
Yeah, I think this is the case. Like, I've had the experience both ways. I've played this with white, and then my opponent plays this with black, and I'm like, oh, this is a forced win. This is how it feels all the time when I play this with black. And I think Wesley is kind of feeling that right now. Having to play h3, massive concession. Anytime the knight captures the bishop on g3 and you have to take with the f pawn away from the center, makes the e pawn look quite weak. This is bad. It's not the end of the world. It's a modest evaluation, but certainly we're going to see moves like d6. The knight from b8 can go to d7. Black can play queen e7 or queen f6, and we see queen f6 to start, with the idea not only of bishop takes f3, but also pawn to g4, and the queen on f6 guards the rook on h8.
Yeah, and the computer agrees with Amon so much that it highlights it before it's even played. g4 is on the board, the queen guards the rook, so you're not worried about the trade. This is ugly. I mean, we both have applauded these positions for black. Again, it's been a part of my repertoire for a long time, but I don't think I play it as well as Wesley So does. This is like looking just so smooth. Doubled pawns, bad pawn here. By the way, these are still doubled in the traditional Nimzo. I just love this position for black.
Yeah, Vincent has basically come out of this break, and he's looking fantastic here. Queen to h6, hitting the e3 pawn. I'm still waiting for d6, knight d7. You can also develop that knight to c6, and the reason being that you hit a5 with a great tempo on the queen. And in this particular position, I think it's all about castling and then activating the rest of the pieces. So no need to be slow with d6, knight d7, when you can just develop in one move, knight c6.
Yeah, Wesley's got to figure out his approach as white here, because it didn't work with e4. This is not looking good here. Okay, you're desperately just trying to get rid of your weaknesses with these moves. You want to trade them instead of letting them just be targeted, but feels like such an easy position for black to play. Like you said, you don't have to do anything special. Castle.
Yeah, you can't even play c4 because you can just take on d4. So this is not even going to be that good. I am surprised by c takes on b6 a little bit. Maybe he had aspirations like king b8, rook c8, knight a5. to try to use the c file, but I do think that take that a pawn, put it on c7. I would probably prefer that, and then I would play knight a5.
Yeah, this feels like the more sound positional thing to do. They always used to say, take toward the center. Whoever invented that rule, shout out to Nimzovich, or whatever chess classical theorist it was. But I also do like Vincent's idea that you highlighted. I think if you can get the knight to a5 and the rook to c8, you will have a target on c3. So Black's edge remains regardless. This knight a bit of a donkey over here. Although if the queen doesn't stay, maybe the knight has a chance to relocate and improve at some point. So there are some weird, unique things about the position. Still a lot of chess left.
Yeah, I wonder about the move knight a5, because I do have the impression that if Black secures something like, I mean, it doesn't even feel that good, but pawn to d5. If I play d5 and knight a5, I almost feel like White can't move the e pawn, can't move the c pawn, can't move the knight. Like there's just so many things that you can't do. It just feels like a terrible position.
Yeah, what are you relying on here? Like, is the queen coming in? No. Okay, I'm wondering what the queen was doing on a3. Here goes c4, and Wesley wants c5. I guess one idea is the queen guards e3 as well, so that does free up the king's duties here a little bit. So Wesley fighting to stay in this.
Yeah, doing a decent job. c5 is going to be annoying, and if you can, he is going to reroute that king, and due to what you pointed out, queen on a3 actually very, very helpful in order to reroute that king to f2. And yeah, you wanted to get out of the center. Knight b3, just moves looming in the position.
I'm liking Wesley's chances more and more to hold it. Again, the queen, as we said, guarded e3. If the king gets here, it feels like a lot more what it was supposed to be. And yes, Vincent can start to open the position. I just think that Wesley's pieces are looking way more coordinated now than they were a few moves ago with the king on d2.
Yeah, so he's going to try to go for the full plan of knight a5, bishop a6, rook c8. It's going to take a little bit of effort because you don't want to undefend the d-pawn, and a move like queen e7, you might be nervous about allowing, as you pointed out, knight g6 and knight f4. That knight re-enters the game, which is not desirable.
No, I'm right there with you. We're seeing the difficulties of how. Okay, rook d7 is interesting. Maybe it's some. How do you solve the problem of guarding d6 enough to let the rook do its thing without letting the knight back in? I'm asking it borderline rhetorically. I don't know the answer. Yeah. Neither does Vincent right now. He's struggling.
I was almost thinking of playing the move knight b7. First of all, I don't like allowing c5. The move c5 has been bothersome for a while. Knight b7 guards the c pawn, maybe allows me to shift to the c file, just like temporarily while I figure things out.
I mean, you're totally right. Wesley missed his chance to fully simplify and get rid of this weakness on c4. Now he has it potentially again, I think. I think c5 again is the best move here for White. We'll see if he finds it the second time around.
Is d5 a move? Just because the queen now moved away from f5, so made me think, well, d5 trying to take the f pawn could be an idea all of a sudden.
Yeah, there's actually multiple pawn breaks to be calculating here, whether it's c5 or d5. Bishop comes to d3, and maybe Wesley still just thinks he's worse, so he's kind of playing tickle with the position, and that looks like what he's doing. He's like, look, I'm actually happy to draw this given how poorly that Nimzo Indian went for me as White. Sometimes it's the psychological thought there that maybe makes him miss moves like d5 or c5.
Yep. I'm still looking at the move c5 and thinking that it looks pretty good. But Wesley, he doesn't need to go for it. He's up a little bit on time. I don't actually know what Black is going to do. I haven't found that answer to bringing the rook to the c file. I mean, look at the computer shouting for f4. Oh my God, what a move.
Oh, f4 overloads the pawn structure. You couldn't take with the g pawn, boys and girls, because the knight was hanging with check. Vincent finds this move, and Black is back in the driver's seat. So Wesley does pay the price, Amon, for playing tickle instead of looking for a more concrete defensive solution with c5 or d5. Now he's in trouble by waiting too long.
And you have to keep the queens on, because I'm looking at the position if you trade the queens, and it doesn't even look that bad for White. So the reason that the engine is like absolutely laughing at, -4 here has to be because White is essentially without that knight on h4, and the game is about to open up. Knight a5,
Yeah.
pawn d5, like just anything possible to open things up.
Yeah, and the king is also so naked that, I mean, not that you would want to play a move like e5 and let the knight in. I'm just proving the point that in a practical game, Amon, this king is in trouble no matter what you do, right? As white, I mean, this king is going to be wide open and feeling. Yeah, by the checkmate was threatened with knight d4. Everybody, sorry, making the point about the king being open. Should just point out that there's checkmate on the board, and yeah, Vincent's about to put this away. Look at this, just rolling
D5 is
right
critical.
now.
Yeah, look at the knight on h4, the queen on g6. Like, he's actually leaning back because he knows 1,000% there's no way to mess this up now. Everything is hanging. The king is in the middle. It's got no support. These players know this is about to be a checkmate soon.
Fantastic chess here from Vincent. But again, Wesley did the best he could to defend that bad opening. It was a horrific Nimzo to start, but then just waited too long. And Vincent spotted that tactic. F4, one of my favorite moves of the day so far. What a shot there.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And now all of a sudden, you know, that game happens and you're back to Vincent playing with c4. He's really making a point here to try out different variations. Queen b3. I find this move to be an interesting one. You wouldn't normally just bring the queen out to b3, but I think it's playing against, first of all, the move d5. So you're preventing some opening lines where black just strikes in the center with d5. And you're also dealing with bishop b4, another common opening move. So I think it's like to play against that, Danny, but ultimately his goal is just to do that temporarily. Now he's brought it back.
Yeah, it's an interesting shuffle. Purely to stop the sharpest lines of d5, willing to lose the tempi, but also black is okay here too, right? Wesley needs to forget about that last game and try to have a good showing here. This is a pretty typical position here in an e5 English.
Yeah, if white plays knight f3, first of all, white's wasted time, so to speak, with queen b3, queen c2. So there exists a position where the knight is already on f3. And then sometimes you get these ideas of knight g5 and knight d5 as an idea to honestly just go for mate on h7. So that's a pretty dangerous thing for black to allow. But Wesley has an extra move compared to that. And it just shows the position can be so tricky that Vincent is willing to play into it basically a tempo down.
Yeah, I'm learning something here. You're right. You're willing to play for these ideas despite the loss of time because they're that hard for black to deal with. And
go ahead, Danny. Put queen e7 on the board.
Yeah, let's show it.
Just go ahead. Do it to him.
For the kids.
We
got to do it for the kids.
Knight d5 and show that idea. This is exactly. It's so dangerous, this knight to g5 move. And yeah, you have this checkmate idea. It's so easy to have that happen. Even if you don't take that knight, white's going to then take on f6 and take on h7 anyway. So it's that tough to deal with early on. And that's why we see h6 played in the live position. And that's going to bring that knight from g5 back to e4.
Yeah, and so that transition, not only for the fun of the potential mating threat that I highlighted, that Amon talked us through, it also improves the knight, I think, to e4. Maybe you even steal the bishop pair. And so, yes, computers say the position is level, but it's just a tricky as all giddy a position here. And okay, I like Vincent to just take the bishop pair, but maybe the d file gives black some long-term play.
Yeah, sometimes you think of moves like g4 here. I know it's a little bit strange looking, but g4 followed by h4, basically the knight and the light squares are so critical in the English. I think that the way Vincent's been playing, especially with this bishop still on c1, indicates to me that he's playing off b. Like, I don't expect something completely normal from him here. The a pawn is loose, and I mean, is he just winning this one?
If he takes it, Wesley has some discoveries, right? You pop the pony into d4, end up winning the knight back, and maybe not, because actually maybe that doesn't work because both pieces are hanging.
Yeah, but the rook on a1 would also be loose there. So I actually like that line. And it's why he castled, because he didn't want his king also in the center to weather that storm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Man, I really wish we had seen your g4 h4 idea. If we get this English again, I'm learning so much about this line. That looked like a lot of fun to play. Wesley retreats the knight to e7 to guard the a4 pawn that we've been talking about. Now that white is castled, probably Vincent would have chopped that thing off just next.
Maybe rook d1. I mean, I'm looking at the bishop on c1, and if I play b4, we all know that that's going to be taken. The a pawn would be weak. So at some point, I'm like, well, am I just going to play d3? I feel like I'd rather play rook d1 and try to play d4.
Yeah, this is, objectively kind of the only thing white hasn't figured out about the position, right? Is how the bishop on c1 gets into it. Do you play rook d1 and d4? Do you slow jam and advance and then try to eventually play on this side of the board with things like f4? Okay, no, he goes for your idea. He wants d4.
Yeah, rook d1 makes sense. And this bishop f3 was a nice move to include first because it kind of made things awkward for black. You can't play c6. You drop the a pawn. You can't play bishop c6. You drop the a pawn. You can't play b6. You don't really want to play rook a7. Like everything is a little bit strange over there. So I think that Wesley is a little bit ahead in terms of development here, but I actually like Vincent's position because his a pawn is a little hard to deal with.
Yeah, and everything you highlighted is sort of solved by the move queen a7. You're still guarding the pawn, over guarding this now, and kind of preventing d4. But to your point, that's an awkward thing to do, to bring the queen to a7. This is a very out-of-touch queen side. If we start getting play on the king side or in the center, these pieces could quickly kind of feel the absence, right? And when you play f5, that's a move you can't take back, right? So now we're going to be dealing with potential opening of the board, and maybe black's king side gets weak on the light squares.
Yeah, black might be interested in bishop a5 at some point as well, just to trade that thing. I do like the move king h8. That looks like a great prophylactic move. The bishop might drop back to g2, another good prophylactic move. But the bishop on b6, I'm not loving against this e3 pawn, so that's why I tend to lean towards bishop a5.
Yeah, get that piece traded while you can. Although this remaneuver of the knight also interesting, right? Not like that. Knights go like this, and a much better square for the knight is f6 than e7, not just because the knight on e7 blocked the rook, but the knight on f6 potentially supports things here. Okay, Vincent plays d4.
Yeah, he's inviting e4. The bishop will drop back, and then I think white is actually interested in playing perhaps even c5 as a move.
Wow. No, I love your idea c5, but bishop h5 first gains a tempo, and now c5 is coming. Oh, I love this now for white. That f4 square also juicy. Suddenly the g6 square is weak. I think that Vincent is in control here if he can get some play on the king side.
Yeah, I don't know if it's good, but I'm looking at trying to use this dark square bishop. I was going to say on c3, maybe with knight f4 and d5 in the future, but he opts to go for maybe a more positional approach of trying to play on the dark squares here, trade that bishop, queen c5 in the future, and again with knight f4, etc.
Yeah, it's interesting because if this knight comes to f6, Vincent might plan to just put the bishop on g6, where it's a bit of a thorn and you can't really do anything about it, right? Hitting f5 and kind of just sitting tight. Oh, wait. Okay, he goes... Does he like the exchange sack? Oh, he missed it. You saw he just did what I did. I went like this, and so did he. Like, wait, the exchange was just missed.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was going to say that queen c5 felt like the more natural move than knight f4, but I have to admit I didn't see that it would have stopped bishop b3. So queen c5 was what I was counting on there.
It's funny, the computer actually still liked queen c5 because when you go to the ending, f5 and a4 are both weak at the end of the exchange. So again, I think that's a very hard thing for a human being to do when you blunder the exchange, to say, yeah, and I'll go to the end game. So you can't blame Vincent for that, but what a funny...
h5 is guarding the rook on d1.
Yeah, that's a backwards bishop move. Brought to you by Michael Bay, starring Amon Hamilton. Backwards bishop move right there.
They always miss it.
They always miss it. All right, well, suddenly because of that blunder that both myself and Vincent missed in real time, that was awkward. Now Wesley is in control, but this is not an easy position. In fact, g4, nice idea. Maybe you're undermining the center. I kind of don't care what the computer thinks. I'm thinking about the practical pressure here, and Vincent still has some chances.
Yeah, rook f8 is definitely a good one. It asks the bishop where it wants to go, and the answer is not obvious. e6, the knight can be kicked from f4, h5. It just gets trapped with g6. So if you have to retreat all the way to a2, then all of a sudden, you're kind of vacating the king side a little bit. It starts to get a little lonely over there. Maybe knight g6 as the next move for black, and you just start to steamroll.
Yeah, it's a really good call. When the bishop moves, now g6 is open for business. And if this knight trades, the rooks will get dirty over here on the G and F files. So, yeah, knight d5, also a similar sort of point to try to remove the knight. Yeah, this does allow Vincent to trade the bishop if you want. But yeah, even more straightforward, because I think this trade actually favors black to just open up new files.
Yep, this is really, really powerful. And the problem about the knight on f4 is it's not permanent. If white had a pawn on h5, that would really do a lot to just keep the knight there. Maybe you could play bishop takes d5, try to play down the exchange. Here, it's almost like going for the queen c5 move that should have been played so many moves ago. And knight f4 is a shot. He didn't. Yeah, he didn't see that. You could tell on the camera. That hurts.
Yeah. For anyone who didn't calculate the tactics fast, knight takes f4 had a threat of a fork, so white couldn't take on d6 without losing the rook on c1. And as you saw from Vincent's reaction, I think Amon's right. I think he missed that as well. We're going to have a level match again in just a few seconds, I think. Yeah, rooks are coming off. He resigns. And just like that, we have a barn burner so far, Amon. We said we wanted a close one. Let's go. Give me a tied match, and I'm a happy camper.
Oh, yeah, this is, and I think it's possible. I mean, it depends what type of game, but it's possible that this is just the last game in this 5+1 portion, Danny. And that would almost, it almost feels like the match is going one player jumps ahead, then it equalizes, and we might not see another game.
Yeah, and again, unless we see an early blunder, I think you're right. This will take us to the break, and then we get faster, right? Everything from here just speeds up in the SCC. So if you're Vincent, I think you'd really love to get this win here. You've done well with black so far in the match. Wesley
he's fighting. He's fighting for that win, Danny. Look at this opening: G5, G4, almost breaking every chess principle that we know. And you've got the engine as well, saying, "Yep, thumbs up. This is all fine by me."
I love this stuff. This is such a modern way to play in potential double king pawn games. I'm just going to back up a little bit, because when you play h6 in these now Gioco Piano, whatever you want to call them, Italians, traditional old school classical chess, you never see these ideas. But because black hasn't committed to castling short, you are always in the potential position to expand these pawns rapidly and then maybe put the king on the other side of the board. And that's what black is going to want to do here is get a position where he can be all in for some kind of attack against the white king.
Yep. G5, G4. And, you might want to play queen D7, long castle. Things synergize pretty nicely. I like it, Danny. There's also a transition to knight f4 and just kind of playing a regular position. Like, you don't have to be completely all in on checkmate. You can just castle, play knight f4, and say, look at your d pawn. There's no way that you're keeping this d pawn there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like, I just love these positions for black. And again, time also suggests that maybe Wesley wants to be careful. Even if he's not nervous, I think he appreciates that this is a game that could get away. Now offers a big simplification, meaning not just trading the knights, but potentially trading the bishops would be a different kind of game, and maybe not so dangerous for the white king.
Yeah, I was just noticing Wesley's camera there. It is such a funny thing about Wesley, the way that he plays most of his events. He's sometimes like hunched over playing on a laptop, and he's clearly on a laptop right now. And it's just like, I kept picturing him hunched over a coffee table playing this match, and yet he still brings out the kind of chess that we've seen thus far. It seems counterintuitive, but he always does it in a suit as well. So he's a true enigma.
He's a total pro in terms of how he's presenting on camera. But if anyone's watched some previous Speeches Championships, we have that famous picture of Wesley sitting on the carpet floor with his laptop on the chair, and he's playing on his knees for hours in the SCC.
That's insane.
And by the way, playing some amazing chess. So I think Wesley is in whatever
hotel
might have
won the match there. So
yeah, I think he did. So It's a rest day in St. Louis. Wesley obviously playing in the U.S. Chess Championship along with many others. So I am sure that what Aman said is true. He's in a hotel room playing hunched over a coffee table and still playing very well.
Yeah, and we've seen these ideas on the board, f5, queen d7, long castle. The reason that I tend to like black in these is it feels as though white is attacking because black is attacking. Black's attacking because they're trying to checkmate, but white is saying, oh, you're about to mate me, let me play a4, a5. It feels like an afterthought. This feels like an invitation that is only because someone canceled.
I agree. I love that. I've never heard that. An invitation because someone else canceled, or like, you're already there, so you might as well.
You weren't there when I wanted to attack out of the opening. You're just doing that because black is doing it.
Feels like every party I was ever invited to. Who canceled the invitation? I love that. Okay, but Wesley is bringing pressure, even if it was only after the canceled invite. He's trying to with queen to b3, although that's usually not a recipe for success. When you have kings on opposite sides of the board, you need pawns and pawn storms in order to pry open lines. So this queen is actually kind of in a tough spot because you couldn't play b4, Aman, because the c3 pawn was hanging. But this move doesn't feel good. Like, how are you attacking?
The truth is, it's not a good position. There's just nothing happening here. There's no threats. The best you can do is trade everything on d5. And the answer is yes. You'll be able to trade the queens, but the position just isn't good. You're behind in development. And if the best you have is liquidating everything on d5, that's just not good enough.
Yeah, not good at all. And now Vincent will take back on e6. Even if he loses the f5 pawn, the d3 pawn is hanging. Knight to c5.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I can't draw arrows right now. Mouse, Knight to c5. Take on d3 with tempo on the rook on e1. This is just so tough for Wesley.
Look at the evaluation. It's looking like -3. So it's as if you're down a piece here. To not be down material, and the engine is saying like, actually, it's as if you're down a piece. That you know how bad the position is. It's really trending in Vincent's direction. I also don't think we're going to get another game at this rate. So if Vincent can close this out, you see the head shake from Wesley. So if you can close this out, Danny, that's massive going into the next portion.
Yeah, and if anyone thinks, okay, we've seen this dog and pony show before, the top player falls behind but wins in the end, I don't know that that's the same. I don't know that we have the same foreshadowing, because Vincent has been winning these games with black, and Wesley has had no recipe for Vincent in the opening right now, right? Vincent has been better in the first stage of the game, which I think really sets the tone for faster time controls when intuition takes over and the nerves kick in. I'm thinking this is a match that really could come down to the wire and the underdog pushing Wesley to the brink.
Agreed. D4 is desperation. There's no other way to say it. I guess if queen takes on d4, perhaps there is knight takes f5. So encouraging knight takes d4 instead. And then I'm not so sure what's being played. Maybe knight b3. I mean, the position is pretty bad. So you're grasping at straws here, right?
You're down a pawn, and black has the compensation, as Yasser would say, right? White is undeveloped. Bishop on c1 at least now has the pretend threat of maybe getting in the game, but black could trade and simplify, and okay, that's what he's doing. You could make a natural developing move here, I think, as black and be okay.
Absolutely.
Maybe even here as another one. Get the piece developed, defend the knight.
There's some kind of like knight d3, if we're really, really calculating here, knight d3, if rook d1, f4, and maybe there's this weird idea to move the knight back to c5 and kind of orchestrate a trade, almost like a favorable trade, but that's if we're really calculating. I just don't think there's a need for that. So he's going to play a much smarter, more mature move, queen d3.
Yeah, that was I was loving that line, but I think that's a simple approach. Like you said, you're up a pawn and controlling the squares. You can give check on e2 and then go for your f4 idea if you want. Which, by the way, f4 followed by some moves like g3 and f3 the mating net might still be on here. I don't know that white is out of the woods of an attack.
I'm not gonna lie, Danny. Yeah, give me knight e2 and f4, and that's a position I just assume there will be a mate or a huge attack with f4, f3.
Vincent doesn't do it. Again, plays the disciplined move. time pressure encroaching a little bit, so you got to be careful there. But all right.
It does feel
Okay,
like
cool.
Wesley's doing some sort of cagey stuff with Queen A4, Rook A3, somehow making it work. I mean, the fact that he's looking at a Queen exchange, I think that's already a little bit of an achievement.
Can you, if you trade queens, you got to be careful about the move 92 check coming. Not even because of discoveries of the bishop. There could be back rank ideas in positions. So you have to okay, doesn't work right away, but you got to watch out here if you're Wesley. Knight on D3 also.
Well, the answer is if White played Knight F5 there, 92, exactly what you were saying.
Yeah, if Knight F5, 92, and the game would be over. So, all right. Vincent going to defend E4, I think, and just keep the pressure. He's up a clean pawn at this point.
Yeah, Rook HE8. I mean, this is a really, really nice position here. You can always simplify at any moment, like take on C1, Rook D2. But I think there's no need. Basically, White looks like almost can't move at this point.
Yeah, I like that move, C6. Really just simple chess. Like you said, you can take, and maybe even a rook comes to the 5th rank in some positions, and just the only thing that's worrying you is are you being too careful? Are you trying to find the best move too much and getting yourself in one of those time pressure spots where the advantage slips? So that's what Wesley's banking on. He's like, well, I'm losing. I'm just going to try to get the kid under time pressure and see what happens.
Yeah, Rook E5, Knight C4. I mean, the bishop on F4 is defended, so I guess you can move here, but you gotta watch out for Knight B6. 11 seconds. Let's see how he handles this time pressure.
Okay, backs up the rook. 10 seconds to 35. Wesley keeping it tricky. Talk about a victory. If Wesley holds the draw here, that would feel like just an absolute breath of fresh air. So don't want that if you're Vincent.
Yep, and this is quite tricky here. I wonder if he's going to play Knight D2. He decides to take, and then Rook E3. I don't want to play the move G3. It just feels so wrong, but I need an escape square. I need to play H3 or something.
H3 or G3. I was going to say, I love that the king can just get in now. I thought maybe it would come to D5, but either way, this is still really in control for Vincent. Yeah, he can take and then get checked with the rook. Oh, I thought he was going to check with the rook.
I thought so as well. Rook G6 and Knight G2.
Wesley just went on time.
Oh my goodness. And you can actually see a genuine smile from Wesley. That was a big win.
And Vincent borderline falls out of his chair. I mean, we're used to Danny having a panic attack, but that was wild there. Vincent lost his mind and lost on time. And oh my gosh, what a turnaround that was.
I mean, we were talking about Wesley maybe making a comeback. Could he possibly win this game? We just didn't account that it could happen on time, and it could happen at any moment. This is, I hate to say it, Danny, but maybe this is that weakness in Vincent's game. Just not as familiar managing that +1 second as some of these other players. He's been getting low on time. He's been handling the pressure, but not watching the clock is a mistake on its own.
Well, I mean, you're being polite and calling it out, and which is the right thing to do. But I think it's been a storyline we've been waiting to see whether it would rear its ugly head for Vincent. Now you see Wesley at 4-3. But if you're just tuning in, we've said many times now that Vincent plays online chess a lot less than not just a lot of the other top players in the world, but a lot of his peers. And this is his first Speed Chess Championship invite. Vincent got the direct invite, and we were curious how he will hold up because the quality of the chess, Amon, is there. Vincent is playing great chess, but 2 of the games he's lost, if you just got here, came down to a moment like this where he just didn't handle time well, and that's the thing that really does not bode well as we move into faster time controls.
Yeah, that's a real bad way to go out, especially because there's no game after that. You could say maybe it's a good thing because you're on tilt, he really gets to recover, but I think most of us just want to click rematch, right? Get right back into the game. So, Danny, that is a really tough break for him. We thought he'd be up 4-3 going into the next segment. There is going to be a break. 3+1 is coming up around the corner. But before we go to that break, I want to let everyone know about Neuro and how they can level up their game with Neuro. Gum and mints for your energy and focus, calm and clarity, and sleep and recharge. Neuro's got you covered with natural products that help you lock in. When every move counts, you guys can stay sharp with Neuro and save 15% with code CHESS15 at go.chess.com/Neuro. And Danny, we are going to take a break ourselves. We need it as much as the players. So 3+1 is coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. Speed Chess Championship continues.
Another pep talk? Nah, you're past that. Hype fades, but good energy, that stays. Workout, workday, whatever. We're here for it all damn day. It's never just one thing. Be ready for everything. Mind sharp, focus locked. Don't just move forward. We've got good energy. Neuro Gum and Mints.
The Esports World Cup 2025 was electric. The best games played by the best teams. Our esports arenas sold out. We filmed them with hundreds of thousands of roaring fans, including 2,000 of the most dedicated supporters coming from our Super Fans program who came to Riyadh to cheer on their favorite teams. We had more than 4,000 media outlets covering all the action on site and broadcasting the EWC around the globe. Esports World Cup 2025 was bigger, louder, and even more unforgettable, and celebrating those who proved they are the best in the world.
Finally, the champion of the Grand Chess Tour Limited Edition, Grandmaster Wesley.
After going through what I went through alone, it's been very wonderful to have a family that really supports me and loves me, and they've been a tremendous help for my career. Like, I couldn't do this on my own.
Oh, what are you giving it? Why are you giving it to me?
It's like the sun. Behold, I have seen the sun. Pass the torch. Oh my gosh, mine turned really bad.
No, you just eat the crispy part off.
Here, let's trade.
You burn yours and you trade.
Yeah.
Oh my.
You're not even supposed to eat this. You're diabetic. Here, give me that.
Okay.
There, you get the burned one.
It looks like a piece of charred.
Wow. It's like Lord of the Rings, when they're warming themselves on top of the mountain.
That's true.
I thought you know Lord of the Rings back and forth, man.
What are you doing?
We shape shampoo, you miss your photo. I guess after God, families were important. I didn't see the importance back then when I was living by myself, but it just turned my life completely around. Like, they helped me with every problem, every issue I have. You know, I feel I'm in a very good place in my life right now, but the journey has been very up and down. Like, I would never have guessed what would happen. Like, there are times in my life that I look back to and then I wonder, how did I even survive that? I feel like, you know, God definitely protected me and led me to where I am now. Yeah, if I think back to how I was when I was 7 or 8 years old when I got my first chess set, it's funny how this small board game has changed my life, because it's the only thing I ever did that got me money and resources. So it's pretty amazing. Yeah, who would have known how my life would have turned out if I never met this board game?
A fishing village to top of the world in chess. I think the story of Wesley So is a miracle. Even some coaches told him he would never rise higher than number 15. He's been a top 10 player for 10 years. He's risen as high as number 2. And so I think he's a miracle, because he could have gone on the rest of his life thinking, I'm just not good enough, I'll never be good enough. And I think that there are many miracles out there waiting to happen. And you've got to have more people around who believe in kids and believe in the miracle that lies within them.
I hope I can be an inspiration to some kids, also to my fellow Filipino chessers. And you know, I just want to be remembered as a good, happy chess player whose main focus is God.
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I have
quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying it.
Your favorite song these days?
Jay-Z or something is good. Before the game, I often listen to SCC, like Thunderstruck. Some Turkish, I don't know, some Turkish one.
So they're an Irish band. Yeah, again, nothing is coming to my mind. Bollywood, Hindi music. Otherwise, I like music from chess-based India reels.
If you could instantly learn any language, which one would it be?
The most useful would be, like perfect English, of course, but actually maybe Chinese would be cool. No?
I'm torn between Georgian, Nepali as well. But Nepali, it will just make me feel better that I speak my father's language. So yeah, Nepali probably.
Arabic.
Spanish is the right answer.
Spanish. I say Sanskrit.
Welcome back, fans, to the Speed Chess Championship 2025. We have Wesley against Vincent. Danny, I mean, we were talking when it was level, and we were saying this is such an important game. It was all Vincent. It looked like maybe Wesley would eke out a draw, and that's the best case scenario. But in the end, he actually wins on time. What a momentum shifter going into the next faster time segment.
Yeah, and everything we've been saying still remains true, which is good for Vincent in that he's played fantastic chess. I think he's objectively played better chess. He's also won the first stage battle, right? In terms of openings, that can really pay off as the SCC rolls on, and we can already see there we're getting into the faster time controls now. 3+1 is next, and then Bullet rears its ugly head. So if you're Vincent, you've played great chess, and you've won the battle that can really bode well when you're relying more on intuition. The problem is the other storyline that we kind of, foreshadowed is also rearing its ugly head, which is that Vincent doesn't seem to have it at least as well as you would want him to have it in some of these time scrambles because he doesn't play a lot of online chess, Amon.
Yeah, and, this, we could be making a lot out of a little right now, but at the end of the day, it's really early in this match, and we're already seeing a flag, and that is not boding well for Bullet. I'm already skipping ahead of the 3-minute and thinking about Bullet. That just cannot happen. You can't lose track of the clock as the games are underway in the 3+1 section. 50 minutes on the match clock, and we're back to this opening with knight C3 and very likely E4. We've seen something similar to this before. So Vincent not going for that C4. He's tried this, Danny, but he's back to it again.
Yeah, but Wesley playing something a little bit different here, and an early strike with E4. Well, we'll see. Okay, definitely going to be a position that's unique, at least in regards to what we've seen.
Sorry to interrupt, Danny, but sorry to interrupt. I'm looking at Wesley's camera. Maybe he's never had this. Maybe he's never had this hand in front of his face the entire match. Maybe it's always been the other one. But I think he just wrote something on his hand. It says like it's like MF or ME or something, and with some exclamation marks. He definitely wrote something on his hand, and it's reminding me of when he wrote on his score sheet in the U.S. Championships, and I'm like, what is this a reminder? Is this like a encouragement? I was trying to make out what
It's
it said.
funny.
There.
I have no idea what the rules would say about self-tattooing in the middle of a match, but we've never seen that before. And again, not to make light of it, of course, there was a very serious situation that happened a few years ago at the U.S. Championship. For those who don't know, Wesley was actually forfeited and disqualified for making additional notes on top of just writing down the moves, as you are legally allowed and supposed to do. And so you're not supposed to make notes for yourself as reminders, but again, that's when a score sheet is involved. As far as drawing on your own hand, I've never seen that before. I've never seen that
but
before.
It almost looked like, and how I remember the initial incident was totally lighthearted from his, he's not like jotting down theory. It's just like motivational stuff for himself, but you're not allowed to jot down anything. And so it looks like it could have been one of those. I saw some exclamation marks. Anyway, it's just because the hand was right in front of his mouth, and I couldn't help but read what was in front of me there. Let's
I know, you're fine. You interrupt me anytime. Anytime you see tattoos on a player's body, self-drawn at the break, you interrupt me. I don't even remember what I was saying. It doesn't matter. But again, that's what was so sad about the U.S. Championship incident from years ago against Varuzhin Akobian is the notes were really just self-notes of positive mindset kind of thinking stuff. So Wesley is not someone who I think would ever do something unethical or wanted to cheat. It was kind of a positive thing for himself, but still against the rules, and he was forfeited.
Ooh, Queen
anyway,
F3.
right now, he
Queen
needs
F3, I like
something
this
to fix the chess
position,
moves
Danny.
on the board.
Yep,
I was going to say,
yep,
I love the position for Vincent. Wesley needs something to fix the positions that he's getting on the board, regardless of what that note means. Because even though he's up a game in this match, Vincent is playing fantastic chess and is once again in a much better spot.
He's winning a pawn with a6. The question is, does that knight get trapped in a weird way? A6, rook b8, knight c7, rook d6. And then you just kind of, it feels a little bit awkward for that knight for a second. The answer is you can definitely get it out, but also, can the knight even be attacked there? Amazingly, every rook move to attack the knight also frees it.
Yep. Yeah, if the rook goes to c8, the knight takes on b5, everybody. If the rook goes to d7, the knight gets out to e6. So d4 by Vincent means more pieces are joining the party. And by the way, if you take, white probably plays bishop f4 immediately with tempo, and the pieces are just coming to life here. So again, Vincent, despite being down a game in the match, is playing the better chess, and Wesley has yet to really figure out the first stage. Yeah.
What do we think about even d5? I want to play like d5, bishop e3 as the next move. And I guess he liked it enough that rook d7 was played in response. Maybe you could do it anyway, take on c6 and play bishop e3. But I'm guessing that Wesley's idea is I'll take on c6, play rook a8, and take on a6. So rook d1 is a very nice move to include, to not necessarily allow that easy simplification. Rook d7 is coming. All white needs is that a pawn, Danny.
Yeah. No, it shows you that in endgames like this, it's not how many pawns you have, it's who gets a queen first. Wesley would give up c6 and c3 happily if he got the a7 pawn, because that a6 pawn is just dominant. So Wesley also knows that to be true, so he's making sure that when he takes c6, it'll at least come with the pressure on the a6 pawn, if not winning it. So again, despite the eval bar being so heavy, I think Wesley is doing his best to hold this, although now it looks like the pieces are getting overwhelmed yet again. So Vincent keeping that pressure.
He is, yeah. I mean, Wesley has done a good job. He's brought it to around a 1 minute time advantage as well. It's just rook b7, or even rook b8 and b5, and then maybe rook b7 or rook a8. I think that's the smarter way to do things. And
or even
really
b6,
unpleasant.
Just punch through, right? Just b6 even.
Yeah. Bishop takes a7 and b6, rook a8. Danny, we're at the point where we're just naming wins because there's so many. Nice.
Yeah, Wesley goes down a rook, and the match is even again. And Wesley, again, has got to right the ship, take whatever notes he's trying to make for himself, because Vincent is playing the better chess. He could easily be up a couple games in this match right now, if not for a couple time scrambles that got away. So, okay. Wow. Talk about a sharp opening change. Here we go.
Yeah, so Wesley spent his break looking at the game that was played just before the break, which is the easiest thing to do because it's on your screen. It was this opening, and clearly he was disturbed at how easily Black played g5, g4, and just got an amazing position. So he came back equipped with what to do, and the engine probably gave d4, e5 as the correct way to play. So he immediately played it. Responding quickly was Vincent, because obviously if you're playing g5, you know how to handle like the best moves. This is a very weird game, but I bet that Vincent is very much within his, let's say opening prep.
Yeah, g5 is a pawn that's extended farther than you normally think of in a fianchetto situation, right? Normally g6 and h7, but also it's pretty safe right now, right? In fact, with the bishop coming to f5, you have a new home for that piece on g6 in a lot of positions. So it's a position where obviously the computer likes white a little bit, but Vincent wouldn't be playing it to Amon's point if he wasn't familiar with it. So yeah, fun stuff here in this line. I hope we get more of this opening. This is a tricky position.
I mean, very. Black in the opening moved a knight from, played g5 and moved a knight from f6 to h7 and is now equal in the middle game. So he's definitely prepared something. I wonder if it's going to be queen a5 here. Is that doing a bit too much? Otherwise, you probably want to take and play knight b4. And if you can secure that d5 square, things are going to be great. But if maybe white plays pawn d5, I feel the opposite.
Yeah, so interesting. Okay, well now that knight on d5 is popping in. You probably could have chosen either one. He moves the b knight in, and I love how much it came down to that square, whether white could get d5 and pressure and more space, or whether black controlled the square. A very level spot, and I like black's chances now with that bishop opening as well.
Yeah, this is the move pawn to d5 that I was talking about. I do like that white achieved it, and now I guess I'm wondering, is the move knight d2 worth playing or not? Do we want to have the bishop or the knight there? We might drop the b pawn, but there's a lot of counterplay coming as well. I could see the bishop being quite good.
Yeah, so Amon's looking at a line like knight d2, knight takes, bishop takes d4. Okay, we're going to get it, so I don't need to highlight it. The b7 pawn may be hanging in the end. Ultimately, Wesley says no. Maybe he should have. Maybe he should have taken it.
Yeah, f2 hanging. Got a queen trade here. Takes. Bishop is going to probably drop back and take. And the knight looks good, but I think just the tactics are flowing in the position for black. So it's the knight doesn't have enough time to look good. If you could play knight e4, pawn to g4, get all those pawns on light squares, I just think you're a move too slow.
Or if you had a pawn on b3 to put a knight on c4, but it's one of those spots where black's open file and the potential for the rook and bishop to work together is just so much more dangerous than anything else white has, right? White is, as you said, a few tempi behind for their rook and knight to be doing something, and now here comes rook c2, and Vincent is once again in the driver's seat, playing for a win here.
Yeah, he's going to play g4. I understand it. It's the move you wish was already included. White always wants to go for some sort of light square concept, but it should be too slow. And I think that this blue arrow is maybe to put that bishop on e5, Danny, where it just dominates the board.
Well, and I think it was also the only move according to the computer, because the threat was knight f6 check and maybe some sort of draw or repetition there, actually. I think that it was both necessary to guard f6 as well as relocate to the square you called. So yeah, black is in a great spot. Whenever you have pawns on two sides of the board, the bishop can really flex over the knight, because that bishop is going to help this pawn advance and kind of keep counterplay at bay. Okay, or simplify to a rook ending where you have this extra pawn and are playing for two results.
Yeah, I really like so bishop e5 was so good because you can't play knight g3 without being taken. There's no knight c3, knight g3. The knight can't go anywhere without the bishop capturing. And now I'm assuming you can kind of pick how you want to go about this position. You could just target the a pawn, but white is going to say, I'll play rook c7. If you take the a pawn, I take the b pawn. You're not really doing anything. This move, rook c7, I mean, what's going to happen
Yeah,
here?
and rook c8 check first, too. Force the king back to a square. He'll play f3, just block the check. And now actually, Wesley's in a much better spot here. This has already been called equal almost by the computer. So, yeah, that rook d2 was not the right choice. I think the one you called out going for the a pawn was a little more accurate there.
Yeah, because you could probably go for the a pawn and then maybe do something else after. Now, he's got an extra pawn. It's a rook endgame. There's probably great winning chances, just if you think about how black is always going to press. But the problem is the rook on d5 is guarding the a pawn. It's also in front of the d pawn. So it's very difficult to make everything work. And white's king is going to slide over pretty quickly, I think. King g4, king f4, king e4.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. King f6. You're in a tough spot, though, because now that the rook is already in its ideal kind of defensive spot, which is spying the a pawn and able to kind of poke from the ranks at the f and d pawns, I think it's one of those positions where the defense is actually kind of easy for white, I think.
Yeah, if you move the rook, there's always rook takes a5, so it's very difficult to do anything. You can play king d5, but it does allow king f5, so it doesn't actually look so good. And I think Wesley is just going to hang out. Rook a8, rook a6. Like, he doesn't need to do anything.
Yeah, he'll check again, put the rook back on a8, and okay, check again even. Yeah, good call, because now if there's ever f5, you come up. So he's not even going to let Vincent have a king on g6 and h6 to play f5 check.
Ooh, and we see things transform. After rook h4, you know, the nerves start to kick in with king h5, rook a7. You're like, oh, could I lose?
I was going to say, if okay, wait. Now you're being pushed back, and here comes... What in the world happened there? Did you just blunder the a pawn?
Well, after king g7, white played king f4, and we're seeing mutual blunders here. This is now suddenly just an endgame full of mistakes, allowing rook g6. Yeah. This is a draw now.
Should be just rook d6, and you can't really guard both these pawns. Okay, pushing too far. Nice little trick at the end, but Wesley not allowing it. What will he do?
Yeah,
okay.
I think you can just go after that d pawn, like have rook a5 or something, bring the king over.
Okay, simple.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Simple enough, and the players decide this has been enough, and we get a draw. Okay, I don't know who feels better about that draw at this point. I mean, Wesley's obviously happy that he held a lost position, but by the end, Vincent had kind of really fumbled the ball, you know?
Yeah, big time. That was a position that Vincent was almost so shocked that he was allowed to win that pawn for free that he blundered immediately afterwards. Had he taken, just a second to look at the position, he wins that every single time. But he almost was in like a state of shock.
Yeah. I was about to highlight how Wesley was threatening to win with this rook a7 check, king h5, king g6, but before we could even make that point, Wesley had blundered the a pawn, and anyway, okay, well, the match is even. That's what matters, and we have a lot of chess left, so get ready for a barn burner potentially today. I'm like a kid. I'm like so excited. I'm so excited to be on the edge of my seat and bullet. That's what I want.
Well, you picked the best match to tune into, Danny, because this was always slated, I think, to be a really, really close one, and it's definitely delivering on that. This position from Vincent, I find it a little bit strange. I don't really know what system he's playing here. There's no London, but it's also not really like a Coley system. I don't think that I like it for white. Black is going to achieve e5, and I'm not sold on this for white.
Yeah, the London being the same structure, but the bishop, of course, outside the pawn chain. And the Coley played in a move order where often white will be able to be more aggressive with like bishop on d3, and the knights are getting more control over the squares. So I'm with you, Amon. I don't even know exactly what happened in the move order there, but Wesley has control over the dark squares. This is exactly the kind of way you would want to attack this structure if you're black. So yeah, already the computer thinking that that black is preferred.
Yeah, I mean, pawn to e4, before or after you capture on d4, bottom line is this is just good for black. There's no other way to say it. It's not that black will definitely win this position. You can always outplay or make things happen, and there's good parts to bad positions, but objectively, this is not a spot you want to be in at all. Black usually plays like h5, knight from d7 to f8 in order to make room for perhaps knight e6, g5, knight h7, g5, possible sacrifices on h3. This is not a good spot to be in. Usually when you play e4 and the white knight has to move from f3, you want to be able to drop back to d2. Knight e1 is just bad.
Yeah, white's pieces are sort of wrestling each other for the few squares that are available. And this move is just played to try to bring some clarity. You want to ask black, will you take? Are you going to push? Of course, white would like that because then you have something to maybe target with the knight retreating in b3. Okay, so Vincent gets what he wants, and he's going to try to undermine the queen side. But Wesley's still better here. And if you ever play b3, actually c3 is just weak in a lot of those positions. So yeah, Wesley is in control right now.
I guess I wanted to say I'm a little bit shocked by rook takes e6, but like bishop takes e6 is very, very natural. Maybe he's reserving the bishop for bishop d7 to b5 as a
something
like he doesn't have to play bishop b5, but he certainly has it, and that feels like it clamps everything. I almost want to bring some pieces around, maybe knight e8, d6. Like if white doesn't play b3, you know the position is just terrible. So I'm expecting him to try to lock things down on the queen side here, bishop b5, try to take back on c4 with a piece if he can, but it's probably a move he should have started with.
Yeah, I agree. Bishop b5 first also would have prevented b3 for the record, because then you take with tempo on the queen and win the bishop on e2, right? So I think you're right that Wesley might have misplayed that a little bit there. And as you said, you would love to take everything with a piece, because in the end, if the file is still open, the c pawn is weak, but you don't have that here. You have to take with the pawn, and so Vincent's c3 pawn lives to fight another day. I guess what I'm saying is this is slowly working itself out for Vincent. Wesley is letting go of the rope a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Queen a5. If bishop takes f8, there's going to be some trades here. Yes, you did lose a pawn here, but I think the position could have been just genuinely terrible for white, and Vincent has made some big achievements.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the pressure slipped from Wesley, still a teeny bit better. According to the computer, you got to find bishop c5, which makes sense. If you move the queen, there's a lot of problems here, including the c3 pawn. So bishop to c5 seems to be the only move, but the main move you have to make is a fast one right now, because you're under 20 seconds if you're Vincent. And this is the thing you're worried about if you're Vincent Keymer fans. Faster time controls. How's he going to hold up?
Yeah, concerned about the time scrambles and how often they're happening, but also concerned that in bullet, it's just going to be an immediate issue.
Yeah. All right, well, Wesley's still in control. After the transition, he wins not just the D pawn, but the C pawn as well. He's up 2 pawns, and they are both passed. So in the end, time pressure got the best of Vincent despite his better defensive technique in the middle game, and he's still losing.
Yeah, I do think the knight on d4 is very good, and he's about to play rook f b1. Like, he'll have a few threats here that are tough for Wesley to deal with, but a good player in these positions kind of knows what moves to expect and directly plays moves against them. So let's see what Wesley does here. Oh, knight takes and queen f6. Wesley and can see here that is not what you wanted to allow. Easy moves for white, and b5 pawn just dropped.
Yeah, it's almost like Wesley allowed the simplification, thinking this would be something he could push while Vincent's under time pressure, which, by the way, may still pay off. Vincent has 1.5 seconds. So I totally agreed. Obviously not the best technique there from Wesley, but Vincent has to defend this literally living on the increment right now.
Yeah, I would
gotta move.
consider pre-moving.
And he doesn't do it. There you
No,
go.
he just...
And that's...
Danny, I think there's a problem for Vincent where he's assuming that it's almost maybe the increment he's more used to, which is +2. There's a big difference, and online you pretty much have to treat +1 as like, this will bail you out in a pre-move situation, but it won't bail you out in a tough position. A tough position with +2 seconds, you can kind of process things as they happen, respond to them, but +1, and most people who regularly play the Chess.com events like Title Tuesday, etc., they now know that +1, everyone's had that bad experience first time they played it, and they're like, well, I'm just flagging all the time. But you have to understand that it is not going to bail you out of these positions, and Vincent is treating it like he can live on it, and it's very difficult to do in +1.
Well said. And yeah, I mean, it's literally there to give you the physical time to make the move, right? It's not, as you said, enough time to think your way through or to even improve on a lot of positions. So tough there for Vincent. Again, we don't want this to be the early sign of what ends up being the story of the day, that Vincent just couldn't hold his own in time scrambles. But right now, you got to be frustrated if you've lost some of these games here. So, all right. Will Vincent speed up? Down 20 seconds already in this next game, but in a decent position, one that's about to get messy here after D5.
Yeah, and again, I almost want to make the point that I don't feel that he's been poor in time scrambles, but just because he's actually made some great moves low on time, he actually came back in that position while at just 1-2 seconds. So he's able to find the moves, but he's not able to do it forever. And he needs to know that putting yourself in that position with just 1 second, even though you are very good in time scrambles, unfortunately, it's just not good enough. That's actually a tough moment of like realization for a good time scrambler, is really realizing that it doesn't matter how good you are. 1 second is just, it's doomed. Eventually, it's going to run out. You can't make the best move for like 20 moves at 1 second.
All right. Well, right now, once again, Vincent getting the better of the first stage of things. I think we can count on like maybe 1 or 2 fingers how many times Wesley was better out of the opening. Vincent has really played well, really shown the level of preparation that he currently has, both in Blitz and in classical chess. He's just dominating, and once again, in a great position here as Black.
Not surprised at all. He's been getting out of the openings really, really well. He's probably been using some great preparation that he has. Look at this position. He's got A3, D4. Neither bishop for white is in a good position here. The knight is desperately trying to get out. You don't want to take on A3 because of pawn takes on C3 and then the D4 square. Black can just, basically take your time here. You're also up on the clock. So I think that Vincent needs to turn these great positions into points, because the storyline is going to be that he played great openings, he got great positions, and then Wesley, just somehow was a more experienced online player.
Yeah, you don't want that to be the story if you're Vincent. You want to win, and sometimes you just have to play the move that you see right now. Not sloppy chess, but you have to keep that time advantage and don't let yourself get under time pressure, right?
D3, rook D1, D takes C2.
Yeah.
Right? You can just take everything and grab the rook on B1. So I'm wondering why not pawn forward, especially because the pawn's just going to go to D2 next. So maybe there was something there that I wasn't considering.
But I was going to say, I don't think it matters. I think 95 hitting the queen was also good, because I think D2 is still winning a piece at the end of these lines. If I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yes, bishop A4 gains a tempo, but B5 is played. And the point is that, okay, look at Wesley. He's all in on desperation right now. F4, a move you play because you know that you're up against the rope. Okay. I'm too lazy to calculate him on. Is Black still just winning a piece on D2? In the end, a lot of pieces are hanging here. No. Okay,
I would take on F4
first
and take the bishop, yeah.
Okay.
It's you almost second guess yourself. I mean, this position is truly terrible. Like no discussion here. This needs to be a win, and I don't even doubt for a second that it will. When when Vincent gets ahead like this, he's pretty classy. Like, he has way too much time. This is, I think, a no-brainer.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And the one thing that's interesting, Wesley is crouched in so closely to his laptop there, playing on the road during the U.S. Championship. I wonder if he's using the mouse pad. Oh my God, as I'm talking about, Wesley just gets up and leaves. Wesley
well, queen takes b1. I don't know if he saw queen takes b1 and was so disgusted, because I've done that before, Danny. I'm like, oh, I see queen takes b1, and I'm like, oh, no, get me off the screen. I don't even want to be associated. But I don't know if he left for a different reason there.
Either he can go to the bathroom very quickly in only 30 seconds, which would be great, or he's trying to give himself a pep talk off camera. But I was trying to draw attention to how closely Wesley was crouched, because I was going to observe him on whether he's using a touchpad, and I wanted to say maybe that'll help Vincent, but I don't know. Maybe maybe he's not. Okay.
I think he, that's almost a moment where you grab a refreshment and game aborted. Because we're at the break, right?
Okay, so Wesley was right to take a break anyway, because we are at the break, the halfway point of the 3-1 time control.
Yeah, exactly. There's 50 minutes on the clock, less than 25 now. So we are definitely going to a break. So Wesley he was ahead of all of us, Danny. He could have just stayed off camera, and that would have been his mic drop moment as he's leaving the screen, even though the mic drop was actually Vincent's, because he won that game, and it was a beautiful game, to be fair. We need more of that from Vincent, right? If he's going to come back in this matchup, he's equaled it again, but he needs to stay away from the very, very end of the game. I think Wesley has seen that enough that even in a bad position, Wesley can win in those pure time scrambles with literally living on the 1 second increment, whereas Vincent has played the better chess and needs to settle it before it gets there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more in regards to the recipe for success for Vincent. And I'm going to even go further and say I think Vincent will need at least a game, if not a 2-game lead, if he's going to win this match heading into Bullet. I think that just because of his lack of online chess experience and Wesley's experience in the SCC, I'm going to guess that Wesley will get the better of it in Bullet. So Vincent needs to keep the train rolling. He's played great chess, needs to have a couple-game lead before we get to the Bullet portion.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And before we get to the Bullet, obviously the rest of the Chess Up next is the 3+1. And speaking of Chess Up, Chess.com is thrilled, of course, to support the fellow game changer, Chess Up, the record-breaking company that's taking the gaming world by storm with their brand new Chess Up 2. It's a physical electronic board. It syncs to your Chess.com rated games. You can save them. You can analyze them on Chess.com. Has built-in Wi-Fi, touchscreen, TouchSense pieces. Chess Up 2 supports players of all levels. Thank goodness. There's no ELO wall there. Over 500,000 Chess.com games have already been played on the Chess Up 2. And now we're hooking you up with 10% off when you use the code CCT10. So head over to playchessup.com or use !ChessUp in chat to unlock this limited time offer. Danny, I've seen you use the Chess Up before. I've seen some of those shorts. I gotta get on the Chess Up, make some shorts.
They actually are a lot of fun, by the way, and my daughter loves it. The Chess Up boards are great. So, but yeah, by the way, nice throw there. You said we got Chess Up next, and then we got Chess Up as a sponsor, but there's more Chess Up ahead. So, more 3-1 coming soon.
Exactly. We gotta get to break. The players are taking a break. He's been on break before us. Guys, stay where you are because 3+1 continues after this.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel.
If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks.
This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. They are not just fighting for money. They're not just fighting for fame, but something that is far more valuable, and that is legacy.
To become best in the world at anything, to be within that top 1%, you have to show dedication, desire, determination. You've got to be resilient, ruthless, and ready for anything.
What's up, everybody? I'm here on behalf of one of our newest partners, Neuro. You may have known them before as Neuro Gum, but they make more than just gum now, even though this is the stuff that I actually personally really love and have been using for a hot minute. Natural caffeine, B vitamins, theanine, stuff that is good for you when you're looking to avoid that second cup of coffee. Now they also have Neuro Mints for calm and clarity. Also only natural ingredients. They use GABA, vitamin D, all kinds of good stuff that you like putting in your body if you're looking for natural ways to bring up your energy and maybe calm down and get that clarity you need. Toward the end of the day, there's sleep and recharge. There's all kinds of small mint packets. But like I said, I really do love the Energy and Focus Gum. I use it in the afternoon. Pop one. Sometimes I really need that extra energy. Either way, hope you give them a chance. Use the command Neuro if you happen to be watching this during one of our shows. Otherwise, go to neurogum.com. Check them out today on behalf of Chess, and we'll see you around on Chess.com.
Welcome back, everyone. The Speed Chess Championship continues, and obviously Wesley against Vincent has shaped up, Danny, to be the match that we were hoping it was going to be. And I think right now the match being level, tied up, and honestly with no idea what's going to happen makes this all the more exciting as we continue in the 3-minute blitz portion.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen these games end in all the ways that really have you on the edge of your seat. We've seen people lose on time in completely winning positions. We've seen time scrambles go both ways as far as players maybe losing the thread. And we've also then just seen some dominant victories, mostly by Vincent. But Wesley has had a couple games there. He needs to find his best chess, which he has not had today so far. So anyway, no, I guess I'm agreeing with you that the foreshadowing of this one feels impossible. No idea how this one's going to end.
It's funny because didn't we just have Wesley on camera? Yeah, I was going to say he was just here,
yeah,
so
I
can't be far away.
We also have no idea whether Wesley's going to get up again in the middle of a game. It's already happened a couple times. So also, if you had a side bet on that for your bingo card, you win, I guess.
Yeah, we're getting a queen back to d6, getting a position that is absolutely flying off the board here. H4, idea H5, but it'll be stopped by Wesley here. We've seen this before with knight c4, a4, a5 as well. So yeah, we're going to go back to these sort of plans.
Yeah, and maybe now this is one of we've seen this Italian kind of repeating itself. When Vincent's white, we've now seen this repeating itself. Maybe that's foreshadowing of the openings we'll see as the gloves come off and bullet. But yeah,
I was looking at his hand there, Danny. So it says MF, right? So it says MF.
I think maybe he wrote it for move faster, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to guess what MF stands for. There's something else MF stands for, but okay.
He's just he's that guy. Knight D8, Knight E6 incoming, and honestly, that is a pretty good reminder for his opponent, Vincent, because I think he might need that reminder a little bit more than Wesley, not because he can't handle those time scrambles, but because it actually seems to be the number one place that Wesley is collecting points when he shouldn't. And throughout the rest of the game, Vincent has looked not indestructible, but when he gets his good openings and starts the conversion path, Danny, you don't really see a comeback on the board from Wesley.
I agree. So again, if we're right that MF stands for move faster, like you said, could be just a note to help his friend. Maybe Wesley wants to make friends, MF, and remind Vincent to move faster. I solved it. Wesley's here to make friends. There's a lot of things that MF stands for, but I think making friends is something Wesley likes to do. So I'm going to go with that. All right. The computer says F5, and makes sense. Kick that knight.
F5.
Wesley finds it.
Yeah, knight G5.
Bunch of trades now.
Basically the only place to go. Bishop takes G2. I wonder about taking on E6 here as a unexpected in between move. Now, if you just take on E6, bishop C6, B5. I think that was missed.
Look at this. If the bishop comes back to C6, which may be the only move to not lose material, Amon points out B5, and the bishop is overloaded. That means you have to trade, but you're losing the exchange now. And
B5 is a great move, but queen takes G6 might even be lights
yeah,
out.
Okay, that might have been. Yeah, okay, good call.
Yeah, I was convincing myself that it had to be something tricky. It was actually just something obvious. That was a stone cold miss from Wesley.
Yeah, we saw Vincent blunder an exchange outright earlier in the match, and Wesley returns the favor here. But again, it has been a day where you give Vincent the credit. He's played great chess. He's dominated the opening stage just straight up at this point. Not even going to say it's been a better stage for him. I think he's really just outperformed Wesley in terms of the openings he brought to the table. But I would also say Wesley So has not played the chess we are used to seeing from Wesley So. I think you would agree with that. Even if Vincent is playing great, you got to give him the credit there. Wesley is not right now.
Yeah, for sure. B5, and the thing is, you can play C5 here, and I don't know that Wesley can sort of lock the door. You really want to close things up and maybe have time to bring your king in, but I'm feeling that with C5 in the position, there's no good way to do that.
Yeah, agreed. Your only chance playing down the exchange would be to lock it up, like you said. Oh, D4 because rook E7 is coming. That means you can't take.
Yeah, rook C3 is gonna hurt. Pawn to E4, rook C3.
Nice technique from Vincent. It's one of the things he's great at is finding those like I said, tactical solutions to prevent his opponent's ideal defensive setup. I think he's just a very accurate, concrete converter, and we see him do it there very well.
So I'll just go out on a limb here with 18 minutes left in this 3-minute portion. Wesley has been a little bit unrecognizable for me personally from what I'm used to. He usually doesn't lose games the way that he's really just getting outplayed on the board. So I think actually if he's going to win, it's going to be in like a fashion that he's not used to, because what he's bringing right now is not going to be good enough. He might need to do some dirty flagging. It might need to happen in the bullet portion, because the blitz games, I have just felt, even though it's only a slight lead, for Vincent right now, I've just felt that the level on the board has been remarkably in Vincent's favor.
You felt it. I've seen it. I agree with you. It is not there for Wesley right now. So whether it's dirty flagging or a complete changing of the approach, right? You start going full Hikaru and playing B3 and G3. I don't know what you're doing here, right? You got to do something to just get a different type of game against Vincent than what you're getting, because the mainline opening theory, advantage Vincent, right? Every time we're getting positions that are well known, he's outplaying Wesley. So it's okay. He is up on the clock here. That's a good sign for Wesley.
Yeah, he is. But again, he's he's basically playing in a position that's maybe just slightly worse, ever so slightly. I like the idea of playing E4. That's the reason that you play the way that you've played so far. But I think, Danny, what we're seeing here is that B4 and then sinking that knight into D3, that's the reaction. Like if Black achieves that, you have knight D3, knight G4. I think knight G4 with queen H4, with knight D3. I'm seeing a lot of synergy with the pieces for Vincent.
Yeah, sorry, thinking about the position and couldn't agree more. Okay, I like the tactics there. I was looking at queen H4. It doesn't do anything, but you got to watch out for weird mating stuff if you got a knight on G4. Now there's forks on F2. So
how bad is knight F2? Like, can you take this bishop and rely on the fact that queen H4 is met by, bishop F4?
You can. Yeah. You can, and he does. Wesley being very accurate there, kind of calling Vincent's bluff. By the way, queen D6 also threatens mate, but is also met by bishop F4. So Wesley might end up with two pieces for a rook when this is done.
Yep, knight F2 and king G1. What happens here? I think he's just going to take back, honestly, and just say, okay, I've got a knight on D3, take back on D6, because I wasn't seeing any trickery with queen H4 working. So maybe just queen takes D6 at the end of this.
Yep. And despite the two pieces for the rook, Black is actually still, in a pretty good spot. The rooks are super active. The white king still very open with this F pawn gone. Yep. And the D pawn is also super loose. So I think if you're Wesley, you have a chance with two pieces to outplay the rook, but you're not really that unhappy if you're Vincent here.
No, it could have been worse, especially the move kind of catches you off guard and you're like, wait, no, let me recover, take this material, just take the pawn back. It's not that bad. And he didn't invest a ton of time on it either. Rook b8, queen a2. What's going on here? Wesley has already calculated this ahead. He wants rook b2, queen c4, rook takes d2, queen takes f7. Now, who sees further here?
Yeah, so Vincent sees the trick, doesn't let him take c4. Wesley immediately rights the wrong of the b2 pawn, defending that guy.
Yeah, I wonder if it was the right idea to take the b2 pawn with the knight that defended the c pawn. And I mean, it's not the move you want to do, Danny, but it did take care of it. It made everything happy.
Yep. Yeah, maybe Vincent missed that chance there. Still a very level position, but this is one of those evil eval bars, as I like to say. This is a blunderable spot. Both sides have very different things going for them, and there are tactics potentially everywhere. Wow. Okay, this is dangerous. The rooks are dangerous. F7's dangerous. I'm just coloring. I'm just coloring now. Coloring the board.
Yeah, H3. I wonder, do you have time for a move like that? My first thought is, does rook e2 work? Because it's just like in the position and it allows queen f7. I was still willing to consider it, but I think that's enough for Vincent to say, let me play king h8, put the question to my opponent. Maybe rook e2 actually does something here because, okay, I don't know. I got the question, rook e2.
Oh, by the way, the computer, that was a blue arrow by the computer, not me. And the whole point is, if rook f2, you actually still just take and queen c1. He plays it before I can highlight it. Brilliant. Our first brilliancy on the board. Yeah, this is super smooth.
That is a really nice calculation. I didn't see that whole thing with rook d2 at the end because I was thinking about it earlier when it honestly made a little bit more sense and you probably didn't need that touch at the end. Vincent had seen it so much that he was ready for that.
Yeah, you can't trade queens because the king is too far away. So instead, the queen guards the advance. Again, should probably just be a draw here, but very dangerous for white. One mistake, and you're just a new queen is joining the board.
Yep. The material is also level. It's actually a position that you almost feel that your opponent has tricked you and switched the pawns, because the pawns on d3 and d4 are hardly ever arranged like that.
Yeah. You walk up, someone's changed the position on the board, forgetting you're a grandmaster. You call them out on it. You've been there a month.
Classic,
all right.
classic.
H4. By the way, Wesley trying to set up some sort of perpetual check, everybody. If you got like the pawn to H5, you're trying to be in a spot where maybe black gets a queen, but you have some sort of perpetual check. And Vincent doesn't want any of that. He stops the H-pawn from getting any further up the board.
Yeah, and you're desperate to bring your king a little bit closer, like king g1, king f2, because the second you do that, you can trade queens all of a sudden. But you don't want that d pawn to run.
Okay, now he's allowing d2. OMG, this is, you better have calculated this well. He's got his eye on h5 and a perpetual check. That's the idea. If queen c2, we have a draw. Queen takes h5 check.
He's going to have to probably allow it with time so low, because he hasn't thrived here in the past, but he continues. Will this pay off?
Okay.
Yeah.
In the end, we will have a draw. Okay.
Not the worst
result.
result.
Not the order we said. Yeah, not the order we said, but not the worst result. And in the end, Vincent maintains a 1-game lead. If you're Wesley, it feels good because you were getting outplayed again, right? You held the position. So,
But how often are we going to say that that's occurring here, right? Holding the position. Right. It feels like Wesley's doing that a lot. It's a skill, and he's showcasing it here. But you're objectively not supposed to win a match when that is the main thing that happens during the game.
Amon, I looked over at you at the camera and looked back at the board to see f6, e5, d4, and I was like, how did this happen?
This is a wild opening. Amazingly, I want to say this is probably still theory, and I've seen this before.
Okay, well, I took one second to just look at our program monitor, and this looks wild. The queen's coming to b3. If you've seen this before, you're going to have to teach me. Teach. What is going on here? Ben Feingold says no f6.
And Ben would be correct, because the thing with f6 here that you're disliking is exactly what Ben is talking about when he says no f6. You can't castle. Yeah. Black has this pawn. Did you just draw that? You did that, right?
I did. Yeah, that was me. Not my apologies. Here, I'll use a different color.
You got me going there, Danny. I said, oh my goodness, I thought I knew this position, but if bishop f7 is the move.
Okay, by the way, hands up. That's the computer. You got me.
I'm watching you, Danny.
The computer says knight e5. This is not a Danny.
Okay.
Wow, look at that. Knight takes e5. We're gonna have fireworks.
That one I can get behind. You have queen h5 coming, and a lot can go wrong here. This is actually why the move pawn to f6 can look a little bit wrong, and it's moves like knight e5. Vincent's got that. He's got that face like, I think I can play this move, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, the computer says that was a huge miss. What does black do to keep the edge? Do you just take c5, or maybe bishop g4 even, actually? Is it bishop?
Yeah, I think bishop takes c5 is a pretty dangerous looking move here for white, because now all the knight e5 stuff, I don't think it should work as well. And so you can't go back into that. And then if you're just down material here, I don't think this can be good.
And now bishop g4. Okay, knight e7 played, simple development. So Vincent does miss his chance with knight takes e5, and he's just down a pawn. Wesley maybe with a chance to strike back. By the way, he's also up on the clock. This is one of the first games we've seen where Wesley has a number of things going for him.
Yep. If bishop b3, I think you are kind of just unhappy because you don't want to lose that bishop. So I'm wondering, how can he find a good way to keep that bishop? And bishop takes d4. I think he's trying to retreat it to c4 if black captures on d4, which is why Wesley is going to say, let me get rid of that bishop. It's the most menacing piece. I don't even care that I've given some pawns back. I just want to castle again. And not to mention, the knight on b5 is, kind of trapped there for a sec temporarily because of a4.
Yeah, it feels a little scary to be making these moves with your king in the center, but you're right. Attacking the knight first, probably the most accurate thing to do. By the way, queen takes d3 was not a good idea because the knight could come to c7 with a fork, for anyone keeping track of that. Now that is a computer move. Hands up. Castles is the best move for black now.
After castles, I'm wondering if we're playing queen takes b4. I think we are, and the knight on e7 is hanging. Queen takes d3 means both of the other knights are under attack. So we might just see like a total liquidation here. A lot of pieces disappearing. I find myself liking Wesley's position because we've got the 4-on-3, and at the moment, I am feeling like the a pawn is more of a liability than a strong pass pawn.
Yeah, and then the third reason to like Wesley's position is not on the board, but on the clock. You also have that extra time, and Vincent has struggled a little bit there. So let's see if Wesley can keep that lead on time. Attacks the queen. Maybe you come into f4. Watch out for something jiggy over here.
Agreed. Yeah, this is and the players it looks like are going to get one more 3+1 game, which is quite meaningful. And yeah, it actually definitely looks now, if you just trade the queens here, it definitely looks like you're going to lose that b pawn. I struggle to see how you keep that b pawn with a knight on b3. Just trade and rook b8 and knight c3. Like you should be winning that.
Yeah, even maybe slightly more accurate here with the move order. Wesley plays rook b8, and if you get a 4-on-3, that is an end game that you can win with knights on the board. Everybody, that's not just a draw. Wesley will take everything, trade on a1, win the b pawn, and he will be pushing this end game.
Yeah, interesting that he, like, I would have taken on b5 before even playing h5 because I would want to have the rook on b5 attacking the knight on b3. Okay, now the knight can sort of slide to e6, and I just don't know why we allowed that.
Yeah, I think you actually almost have to play knight e7. You don't want to move the king and allow knight e6. So I'm with you, Amon. That was it felt like a tempi you can throw in because you were like, white can't do anything, but I think it was inaccurate by Wesley. Okay, here comes knight e6. This is not the right way to approach this.
The annoying thing about these positions is when you take on g7 with the rook, king f5 really discoordinates your pieces. And if you take on g7 with the knight, it's just not a good move. So there's still a little bit of a chance here, I think. Pawn to h3 coming.
I was going to say, here we go. The alpha 0 pawn with a mating net at the last second.
Yep. Okay. I think he was concerned about pawn h3, pawn g4, losing the game on the spot to knight d3.
Whoa, computer says king to g4, followed by what? On rook takes
followed
d5.
By check and mate.
Oh, just check and mate after h3. Sorry, I was missing the move order. I thought the king had to come in first. But yes, rook checks and then h3 is mate. Okay.
I love that move.
Yeah, Wesley didn't see king g4. Now he's keeping the pressure. At some point, he's going to throw in e3, and this is just going to get wild.
Yeah, white. It seems harder to play for white. Definitely.
King g4. Oh, he just blundered that.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
goodness. King f3, and it's a mating net. It's a mating net.
Yeah.
Vincent shakes his head. He just sees it now.
And the nasty thing was that after king g4, what he also blundered was rook takes d5 would have been that checkmate. Rook check and h3 mate.
Oh, that's what it was. Wow,
it was a double blunder. He could have won the knight initially, and then so it was like two mating nets that he walked into, and that is a amazing win from Wesley back against the wall. It's 7-7, and this is kind of what I meant when I was like, we're going to see Wesley win in ways that we don't usually see him.
Yeah. That was like a tricky win. You think of Hikaru winning games like that. You think of players who find ways to swindle. It's not always how Wesley gets it done, right? But there you go. He finds a way to make just enough pesky threats that Vincent blunders under time pressure.
That was really fun to watch because it's so you see these positions and you just assume eval bar is equal. As a spectator, you're just like, yeah, they'll make a draw, but there's always so much more going on in those positions than you can even appreciate as a spectator or a fan.
Yep. Yeah, rook and knight endgames with pawns on one side of the board. You just saw a bit of an example of just how tricky those endgames can be. Never take them for granted. There are all kinds of ways to make threats, even when the pawns look very close to equal. So, all right, we have an equal score again. E5, hands up. That's a computer arrow, not me, and apparently really critical for black.
Yeah, E5, and I think I was going to say one of the reasons is that it puts pressure on D4, and maybe the knight could slide into the center. Here, white just enjoys the whole center, but I don't think that we're concerned here because what I like about black's position is A4. The pawn on A4 really sort of fragments the queenside pawns. If we see D5, the knight on C6 will take some journey, like maybe knight A5, knight B3, knight C5, that brings it to that beautiful C5 square.
Yeah.
And I don't like this move as much because it doesn't go to the C5 square.
Yeah, I was going to say the knight is the farthest away you can be from a square, which is that 3-square diagonal. That knight is never reaching that outpost now. And Wesley's going to play king G2. Okay, G5 is an interesting way to just stop the plan I was going to highlight, where Wesley maybe was going to swing some pieces to the H-file. Now you want to draw? You and I could go take a break for a little bit. This is going to be a draw in about 7 minutes.
Oh, yeah. No, I got the Bluetooth on here. I'm actually not at the computer. So this is perfect.
This is AI? I'm talking to Amon AI?
This is AH, live and direct.
AH, live and direct. Love it. All right, well, I mean, I'm partly teasing, I'm partly not. This is the opposite of the evil eval bar in the last game where there were lots of ways to lose. I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to get a little snack. Maybe grab a Fit 8 or something. I'll see you in 15 minutes when this is a draw.
Yeah. I was going to say, not only will it be a draw after a long time, but we're actually going to break after this, before the bullet. So it truly is, time to pack it up because the knight is heading finally to the C5 square. The only person, by the way, that can win this is black. So Vincent, again, I will say, is on the much better side of things. F5 is covered by the bishop. If white is left with that light squared bishop, not a good position to be in versus the knight. So you're going to build up the possibility of pawn to b5, and I think you probably want to play it. You just are always scared of allowing knight f5, but I think this is the moment. It's like, do you want to play or not? And we'll find out.
That knight wants to go to a different square, d4, which I kind of like. I also kind of like the exchange sack. I'm glad Wesley did. Okay, I was wrong. Look at that. A commentator's jinx actually works. I said that we were just going to have a draw, and we have life, everybody, so you're welcome. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't even mind queen c3 here. Yeah, I think it's a great move. If white can play b3, a4, we're kind of dead once again. I don't know if you start getting ideas here to keep playing, but I actually think knight b3 was quite a poor move from Vincent, and it might be it's hard to explain, but it feels like a poor move just in the blitz sense, because white is always going to sack there. And with the knight on c5, you always have the b5 idea. Here, I just don't really envision white losing all of a sudden.
I was going to say, now it's the opposite. Now I think the only one who can choose to play for a win or not is Wesley. I was about to highlight that this knight does have some options to remaneuver, but no, Wesley says, you know what? I'm not going to play for it. You risk it, you get the biscuit, but he doesn't like those. They're kind of bitter. So we just take a draw.
Yeah, he's realized, like, look, let's just get to the bullet here. The bullet is going to be the most chaotic portion, and it's been a match for Wesley that is perhaps one from the actual gameplay that he might want to forget. Hasn't been his best, but you know what? Hasn't been his best, and it's 7.5, Danny. So I think he'll take that going into the bullet, where he's definitely managed the clock and been able to handle the +1 a lot better than his opponent.
Yeah, I agree. We see reversal of fortunes. Wesley So had the 1-game lead heading into 3-1. Vincent gets the better of it in 3-1. But if you're Wesley, I agree. Given how poorly you played or how well your opponents played, you are welcoming the chaos of the fastest time control at this point, hoping your SCC experience can pay off if you're Wesley So.
Yeah, and this is where you look back on that pre-match prediction, and it was always just, you had to predict that Wesley was going to be the huge favorite because you had all the data on Wesley. We didn't know about Vincent, right? And you think, look at 17%, you're like, that's crazy now. But it's only because now we've seen him in action. This is his first SCC. There was a big question mark. He came to play. He has outplayed Wesley in the majority of these games. Now we really get to see, though, does it translate to the bullet portion? Because 1+1, Danny, is coming up after this. You've been talking about a break. I will release us, the chat as well. We're going to take a break, but bullet is coming up after this. So make sure that you're back in 5 for the 1+1 section.
Everybody has days where they just don't feel up for it. You look in the mirror and you're not your full self. NeuroGum, energy and focus. I know a guy who uses the gum to help get ready for his day. And it tastes good. That's the energy and focus this guy needs to go bring smiles to the faces of chess pieces everywhere. There he is. That's my guy. Always forward, never back. NeuroGum, helping little pawns feel big since 2015.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost a piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On Chess, cast that spell, play for free.
Your name will always be on that list with Fischer and Nakamura and all the others. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot, first of all, because it's the strongest national competition in the world. Every chess player in America wants to win this one, and I'm happy. Well, out of the things that I've accomplished in chess, the most special, I guess, is, US champion 3 times. Also winning the Grand Chess Tour was big. So this is my chess room here in Minnesota, very nice and cozy. This is usually where I play all my chess tournaments and generally where I work my chess. I have a bunch of trophies. Some of them are very old, like that section there that came from the Philippines when I was not even a teenager yet. The biggest trophies are here. Unfortunately, they don't really hand out too many trophies nowadays for chess tournaments, but this one is when I became the Fischer Random Chess Champion back in 2019. This one was the 2020 Global Championship, one of my biggest victories ever. This one right here is from the Grand Chess Tour when I won 2016. And this was from the London Chess Classic of the same year. So this section mostly from the US Championship. My first one was back in 2015. I finished 3rd place. Not really ideal, but Hikaru won first. This one is 2016, I finished 2nd, you can see. And in 2017, I finished 1st. It gets better every year. And in 2020 and 2021, I also won 1st place. I made sure to save this one, my date night coupon with Danny, which I got during the Christmas exchange gift courtesy of Chess.com. Oh my gosh! So we promised Danny will frame it This was 2017. I won also the Tata Steel Chess Masters. Was one of the best tournaments I ever played in. I played a lot of Olympics. We only won the gold medal once, but incredibly wonderful. So we won gold back in 2016. We had an incredibly strong team with Fabiano and Hikaru and me all in the top 10 at that point. And then I also won the individual gold medal for third board back then. I'm very proud to represent my new country, United States. I'm also a citizen now. I've always liked playing in team events, and representing the United States is one of the pride and joys of my life. I love it when I'm playing for something. Chess is a very individualistic game. It also feels very lonely playing and traveling by yourself, and I've done that many times. I just like the team spirit. If they win, you win. If you win, they win as well. There's just so much more happiness and camaraderie. Like if it was up to me, every chess tournament would be a team event. I just like it better that way. Also, you get to know other players. You know, you're always going to be rivals in other tournaments, but I feel you don't really have to do that. Like, that's just not me.
Who is your favorite person in the tournament as a friend?
Fabiano Caruana, because he's a very friendly person.
I think I have good contact with Javi. Oh, Prague. I also get along very well with Prague. Fabio Praganda, probably, yeah.
Well, Fabiano Caruana.
And probably Kukas, Domarazzo.
Maybe Kasparov. Maybe for fun, yeah, Magnus, because we are in Team Liquid now.
What is your favorite city in the world?
The Hague. Where I live, Minnesota.
Krakow.
Probably Paris.
I like generally, Switzerland, Geneva, Dubai or Doha is also very, very, very suitable for me.
Yeah, I'd say Chennai.
Are you more a night owl or an early bird?
I'm definitely a night owl.
Early bird nowadays.
Early bird.
Late. It depends on my routine because sometimes I night owl and sometimes I'm early bird.
Recently I became night owl because I played in many classical tournaments and I have to prepare. My advice is just to be a morning person.
I wake up around 9. 8:30.
Maybe 9. Sometimes 10.
I usually at 10 a.m.
Actually, I wake up early around 8, 9. But whenever I study chess, it's always late.
10 maybe, the 9:30.
Welcome back, everyone, except Wesley So, who's not yet back, but on camera there is Vincent Keymer and Danny. We are getting set for bullet chess with an increment, but bullet chess nonetheless to ultimately decide the winner of this neck and neck matchup.
We are deadlocked heading into the fastest time control, and even though we've been talking a lot, Amon, today about Wesley So's experience, not just in the SCC, but in some ways, Vincent Keymer's lack of experience in fast time scrambles online, I do want to point out that the team gave us a great stat at the break, which is in the last week, Vincent is aware that this was the potential storyline, so he's been playing a ton of bullet, more than 100 bullet games he's played in the last 7 days, and he gained more than 87 points, so he's up to 3,083 in bullet. So if anyone is sitting there like, all right, we're in the bullet, here comes Wesley So, Vincent knew this might happen, so I cannot wait to see what he does.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that we're approaching a time format where Vincent is just going to get blanked or is supposed to be, very poor at it. I think that him getting low on time has been an issue in all the segments. I think he's great at finding good moves with low time, but the problem is sometimes he keeps looking for those good moves. When he has that 1 second, he just needs to get an average move. So his issue is maybe playing just an average move when the time is that low. You just need to get anything off your mouse that you can, instead of always looking for the answer, because he's good at finding the answer. But when you have a second, you don't have time to process it.
Yeah. Subpar moves are acceptable when you're in a better position under time pressure, or at least even if they're not acceptable, that you don't have a choice. And so that's definitely what Vincent's
they
gonna
will be
have to do.
accepted.
Yeah, they will be accepted whether you like it or not. So, all right, well, we will see here. Going to be exciting. Computer says knight takes e5 is Black's only move here, already with an only move arrow on the board. Fascinating.
Yeah, I think knight
Wesley
takes c6 and knight d4 is so good that you don't have a choice. You kind of have to play ball here. You can play d3, but it's just, why wouldn't you take on e5?
Okay, he doesn't. Oh my gosh. Knight takes f7 and knight g5 check. Will Vincent find it? Knight takes
that walks
f7.
into bishop takes f3. Oh, Vincent just leaned in, Danny. That tells me I think he's calculating.
He saw it. You saw that sideways glance. Brilliancy on the board. His eyes darted across to look at Wesley So in the Zoom call. Likely players can see each other there. So I think Vincent was doing the, hey, did you see that?
Yeah, exactly. And Wesley's got that wry, like, okay, it works. And that's the validation you need as a knight takes f7 player.
Okay, well, bullet, but all Vincent so far, Wesley So has to sack the queen. He's also down on time. So if you were looking for the storyline that says the underdog gets the job done, he might be about to get game one in bullet.
Yep, and the thing about bullet is it doesn't hide everything that's been happening, right? It doesn't make Wesley's openings better. They're going to still play the same openings, and Vincent has been crushing in the opening. He's been playing so well, so that's still going to happen in this format. I haven't seen Wesley really find an answer to that so far. It's this part of the bullet that really matters. How does Vincent handle his good position with 10 seconds?
Yep. No, you're totally calling it, because you have to just play good moves, not rely on the best moves anymore. Vincent is playing fast, but Wesley holding on. I mean, down a queen, this is kind of as tricky as it gets. Wesley is just trying to keep it messy.
Yeah, Rook takes b7, though. We got to be taking on b7, I think. Well, now think maybe bishop c6.
But... Yeah, now there's bishop. Yeah. Maybe before you were right, yeah.
Knight h2. Okay, time is getting real low here.
Yeah. Wesley trying to set up some sort of awkward idea that there could be a mating net down the road. Unlikely, but at least it's there.
He has it, though. I think Vincent is doing really, really well so far. He knows exactly what to do. h6, the queen's coming to g6. Rook takes g7 threat.
Wesley So goes down in game one. Amon Hamilton. We could have an upset right now. This
amazing. And that's Vincent just adapting a little bit to, it's sort of rising to the bullet occasion, right? He just knew that he had to make an adjustment, and he did. That was a much better time scramble. He never let his time really go under 2-3 seconds. He always stayed above, which would give him time to react to something really challenging. And he kept most of his moves to 1 to 2 seconds each.
Yeah, and sometimes the bullet portion does that to you, right? Even though you've lost some time scrambles before, those long thinks that get you into time scrambles have you in a different rhythm, right, Amon? You're in a different tempo. You're kind of still playing slower, and the bullet is like the kick in the butt that you need to just play faster. And we'll see if that is the start of Vincent having a very good bullet portion.
Yeah, and nothing for Wesley to be too concerned about, just in terms of the momentum or the actual score line, because it was neck and neck going in, which means 20 minutes on the match clock. There's loads of time to lose, to do well, to make a comeback. Anything can still happen. That game doesn't really define this portion at all.
All right. Well, okay. I'm just trying to get my head around this position right here. What is going on? Dead even. Weird pawn structure.
Yeah, it's almost like the queen side here is being held down by this b pawn. And I would say in a quick time format like this, I tend to prefer black, because everything is solid and safe on the queen side, and you kind of just ignore and go g5, g4. Like, there's g5.
Yeah,
I
just
think
like
that's
that.
what this position begs to be played.
Yeah, and Wesley brings the queen back to d1, which was just a blunder of the fork, and Wesley showing about as much emotion as he does, unless he's leaving the camera, which is just kind of a grimace of just like,
G3.
what am I doing here?
Danny, G3 is the real grimace here.
Oh.
Yeah, you can kind of split things open.
This is not what you wanted to start the bullet portion. Wesley So potentially facing a 2-game deficit against the underdog Keymer.
Yeah, the rook lifts. The king is going to be safe. No perpetual check at all. Rook g6 forces queen e2.
Yeah, Vincent plays the slow move there. Simple chess. At some point, rook to f6, also nice. Are you... Okay, how are you breaking through? You're attacking the knight. But queen g5 check blunders the h-pawn. So a little bit of life here for Wesley.
Yep, that was a mistake. And now the knight coming to g3. There's knight f5, obviously, but need to deal with that. Queen f2 does not deal with it.
Yeah. According to the computer there, queen to g5 was needed, but now Wesley still in trouble as the... Okay, what is going on? Knight f6 double check. I don't know what's going on here. All right.
The knight's going to take the b pawn. That's kind of a big deal. And the rook on g5, it's placed so awkwardly.
Wow. Wesley is making this awfully tricky given the
knight c8.
Okay, now black has figured it out.
Yeah,
should be okay. And I think
tense moments there, though. Like, you kind of doubt yourself for a moment. The knight is such a strange piece to navigate.
All right, but I think Wesley's luck has run out, and
that's right.
Indeed, he will be facing that 2-game deficit. You lose the g-pawn, you start losing more.
I think the easiest way is just to take the pawn and go rook. I was going to say rook h3, rook b8.
Yeah.
Rook h3, knight e3 is a nice...
What?
Wait, what? Hang on a sec. So he didn't like knight h6, knight g8, I'm presuming.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't like knight h6 and knight g8. In the final position, is it clear what the win is? I'm not so sure. But I think it has to do with playing rook b8, knight h6, and then advancing the king to threaten first a checkmate on b1. So there's no time for knight g8. But I do think that was self-inflicted. That was like, we kind of did that to ourselves a little bit, and that's why the draw occurred. But there was a win there. Even for me, I'm like, what was it? But it was there. It's quite difficult to see, though.
Eyes rolling in the back of our head trying to imagine the position. So apologies for Grandmaster analysis in the head. Normally we try to avoid that, but that was... You could only play rook b8 when the white king was on the first rank to Amon's point because of the checkmate threat. But that was very tricky and a self-inflicted time pressure wound there from Vincent. Kind of a huge thing to snatch stalemate from the jaws of defeat if you're Wesley So. And by the way, speaking of Wesley So, he did prove the prophecy of MF true. He moved faster, and if you're in the chat, we have an emote now. You can use the MF emote just like that. The team turns it around. Move faster, Grandmaster. Move faster.
There you go. MF.
That is what MF has always stand for. I've never heard MF stand for anything else but move faster.
No. Chess.com did it first.
Okay, what is going on here? How...
I would happily sack that rook with rook takes h5, but I think, rook takes h5 I would do. You can do this, and what, now rook takes h5? Interesting, just to make sure you get rid of that piece.
Yeah. Well, it tells you how strong the compensation is for white, given that you're down the exchange, but completely better with these two pawns just crushing up the board.
Yep. Pawn to d5. This is looking really, really nice. And I actually agree with this. Trade the queens because you're probably winning here as white.
Yeah. White has 2 pawns for the exchange, and they are good-looking pawns, connected. Okay, the knight could have even come to e4 and moved them, but this, in fact, maybe you should have, because now the black rook is actually getting active. This is getting weird.
Yeah, I don't like allowing that. I actually thought king f1 was going to be played. This is a definite throw here. Even though White's down material, I definitely think this was White's game.
Yeah, White was in control. The computer said it. We said it. I think he went pawn grabbing when he should have focused on converting his 2 pawns Amon, and that really came back to bite him.
Knight threatening knight d4. Also the f pawn.
Yeah, but black can even just stack the knight now for the pawn, right? If you need to, you could. At some point here, you're queening the a pawn.
Yeah, there's nothing here. You can even take on c5. He's going to try knight d3 here and take, but king takes e4 is the issue. That knight is not going to be able to handle that pawn.
I think a2 also was just winning there, but either way, black is getting the job done. Wesley needed a huge victory here in Bullet, and unless we see the craziest stalemate PogChamp style, he's going to get it done.
Yep, still playing here. I don't think that's for any particular reason. It's just like when you're in the zone with Bullet, like it's almost easier to play and tilt yourself out rather than hit the resign button.
Got only 13 minutes left. I just looked at the clock, and this is going by so fast. We have a deadlock match. This is going to be the first real barn burner we had. Denis Lazovic and Arjun Erigaisi, great match, but I think this is going to come down to the final game, just given how this one has been all day.
Yep, I can definitely see that, and that also means we could be seeing tie breaks, right? Definitely possible in a match like this, the way things have gone. Yeah.
Give me Armageddon. I want to give me the MF emote all day. MF. All right. Vincent doesn't take on c3. That's a pretty hard move to play as a human, to give up that bishop, even if you're winning the pawn. But maybe now he has another chance to do it.
Well, knight a2 now makes a lot more sense. So bishop takes and then knight takes a2. That actually feels decent. So I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't capture, and I think he can still do it. Yeah, now knight a2. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, the computer likes bishop takes g7 with the idea that you get the queen up to d4, and the knight is trapped.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he didn't see it, but bishop takes g7, and the knight would be trapped on a2.
I was wondering, by the way, why the engine wasn't overwhelmingly enjoying the position for black. Because I was like, this looks really, really good. But the engine is not loving it. Bishop g7 is nuts.
Yeah, no, that's a move when they play. We submit that old fair play report. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. Bishop takes g7 is fine. It's like, let's analyze this guy's game.
That's enough information right there. Yeah, officer, this guy right over here.
Yeah. We're going to need you to step over here, sir, and walk this line. All right. Yeah, black in control. Is that queen about to get trapped? I think something's wrong in this position.
It looks like e4 is a pretty good move, but Vincent's demeanor is telling me that he didn't intend all of this. Like, he knows he's still got a good position, but when you're losing control of a position, it doesn't feel good. Even if the engine's like, no, totally fine, it feels like you're losing the thread.
Yeah, agreed. Although Wesley almost panicked there. Rook h5 wasn't actually a threat because of queen e7, but okay. Either way, we're here, and black still is better. Knight d3.
Yeah, e4 can be taken, but that looks very suspicious. Rook f3.
Okay. Living in the time scramble here. Both sides about to be under 10 seconds.
Ooh, is Rook f3 playable? I like it.
Yeah,
h4 loose. Oof. This is, I mean, knight d3, Danny, this is completely dead. Even if you don't mate with the queen and the rook, knight d3, knight e5, slowly bring the pieces in, it's over. Rook f2.
Rook g1 is sort of hoping you don't take f2 now, but Vincent does, and you should just be able to clean up here, right? No? Okay. Wait.
Yeah, you can. There's queen f5. Start to get nervous with queen f5.
Wait a second. You got to be... Vincent is 2 seconds. He's lost on time before.
Oh my goodness. He doesn't have knight g4. Play it now. 2 seconds. Watch
you
out.
can
Knight
check and
F5
queen F3
guards
check.
everything.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he should have played Knight F5. You're right. Okay,
F2,
wait. You went to the rook with check, and that's it.
It's with check though. That's amazing. Yeah, pointing that out, that is what the difference is, because now he's up. If he didn't win with check, there could have still been a perpetual.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that queen F5 check was a good spot. Wesley almost stole another draw from a lost position, but not this time, says Vincent Keymer. A 1-game lead with under 10 minutes to play. We have liftoff. What a show.
Yeah, it's been close in every single portion here. There hasn't been anything definitive. It's not like we can say someone's the better blitz or better bullet player. I could say the better chess has probably been played by Vincent, but if I was Wesley, at this point, I wouldn't care. A match can go any way. It doesn't really matter how you get there. At the end of the day, you know, chess players, we're never happy if we play a good or a bad game. So take the win.
Yeah, the result is what you want. Okay, Wesley, this is a unique position here. Pawn on c5, kind of weird. The queen comes to a5 to go get it. White defends with knight e4. I mean,
temporarily.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
F5 knight c8 is probably going to be played. This one allows knight b7. Yeah, I think probably could have taken actually on b7 there. Now you should probably take it.
Yeah, there's a lot of pieces under fire. e7, b7. Okay, but also a lot of things to figure out. Vincent needs to do it quickly before he's under 20 seconds. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's an interesting move. Yeah, it's actually an interesting move. I didn't
the idea is
really
if you take
understand
b7, you take e7. Yeah.
Yeah, very
highlighting
crafty, actually.
Yeah, Vincent gets away with it because Wesley doesn't spot knight to c8. It's super crafty to find the tactical resource there, yeah.
Yeah, not easy to do at all. Knight comes to c4, rook a2, and I think at this point you're pretty happy as Vincent just to survive that position. The knights are a little bit artificial. They're both advanced. They're on these like anchor squares, but they're not really doing that much. They're easy to play around.
When knight takes b6 didn't work because queen takes e6, I guess. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
and
a2
Wesley's just going to advance the a pawn. Okay. Yeah. A2 was hanging. Yeah. But at some point here, Black's just going to push the a pawn.
Agree. The knight on d6 again is a little bit more performative. Like it's there. It's on d6, but doesn't look that good.
Discovery. Oh man.
We've seen Vincent reeling in his chair only twice this match so far, and it happened again here.
Look at that. Takes and plays a2. That's just clean work there by Wesley. So good old-fashioned family fun. He ties the match, and we only have 6.5 minutes left. Oh man.
Yeah, that was well done by Wesley. I wouldn't say he's like completely found his form. They seem to be trading blows here in the bullet, but he's definitely a lot more comfortable in it. He's playing in a bit of a flow right now. But like I said, they're going back and forth. It's 10-10 with 6 minutes. Danny, it's looking like we're seeing probably 3 more bullet games. So unless we see a draw, my estimation means there could be one like winner take all game.
Yeah. No, I mean, a draw might get us the overtime that we're kind of hoping for, but either way, this is going to come down to the wire. Both sides will probably have a chance there even as time expires. So Wesley, he did play better that game. I'm with you. I'm not ready to call the form is back, but that was a game where you felt like the Wesley intuition took over and he just kind of rolled, right? And you want to see that again if you're cheering for Wesley.
Absolutely. Pawn on e5 is loose, but then it allows bishop f4 and a lot of pieces developing quickly here. Rook ac1, e4 or c7 is going to drop here. Which one do you want to give up? I mean, white is playing with all the tempo right now and has 10 extra seconds, almost 15 to work with.
Yeah, that's the thing that is also indicative of Wesley finding himself, is somehow he's better on the board and back up on the clock, and that's not good for Vincent. You want to hold this one somehow.
I love queen d7. Going for the queen trade. E4 will be loose. It's a really tough move to react to. Credit to Vincent spending the time and reacting properly. But guess what? You're down 20 seconds. Not the place you want to be.
Nope. And you're down a pawn. You're going to be fighting for a draw while under pressure on the clock. This is, you're going to lose. I mean, no matter what, I think white comes out up a pawn at the end of this, and that's what we're going to see. So you're, oh, bishop d4. Now that's huge. Nice move to find. Computer said it was the only move.
It's interesting because I'm wondering how good it is. You win f2. How impactful is that pawn?
Yeah, that's fair,
the
right?
Pawn just kind of goes here.
Yeah, you leave white with, ooh, and rook to b8 actually is another way to do that. Because even if you lose the b2 pawn, you're saying that the a pawn is a lot harder to deal with than you think.
Yeah, I think you take on e2 and, you know, you save your h pawn and try to play a4.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing. Keymer is correctly trying to get g5 in. This is the way to simplify the king side.
Yeah, he's doing the right things. The king is going to walk up the board here. Black's hopeful to probably sack for the a pawn. King
but
g6.
Time. That's the thing, right? It's the time along with the position that. Oh, now the bishop.
Give up your bishop.
Wait.
Yeah, you gotta lose your piece here.
Oh, got the same color bishop as the corner. The heads up play. That's actually huge to offer the rook
realize exactly that. Like he's actually processing what you just said, Danny, in real time.
Yeah. And that's huge, everyone, because normally Wesley would not have had that saving rook trade offer, but you have to have the right color bishop in order to win this endgame, and Wesley might go on to get his first lead in a while.
You leave it like this and now bring the king like up to d5. You're going to have to do a little bit of work here, but should be possible.
Yeah. You can take and play king e7. I think that's just winning. He
so
sees
I
it.
think you can take this, yeah. Nice move, bishop d4.
Yeah.
Best move for sure.
Oh, wow. With 2 minutes and roughly 45 seconds left here, this game could be the last one. This is a very dangerous spot to be in if you're Keymer.
Did he not expect that? Yeah, this is just a kind of suspicious opening. I'm not sure he expected that move. Maybe he was pre-moving. He does not need to win this game if they can play at a decent pace, right? He can draw
one of those
and
where
start
you're rematching. Yeah, you're rematching before time expires, right? And we've seen that happen. For the record, in SCC history, we have seen matches that start a game literally as time expires and someone wins in order to force the tiebreaker. So that has happened before.
This is, I think, pretty standard stuff here. I've definitely seen this before. We're sitting at just about 0.00, which should also reinforce that idea. I guess the idea is knight b4 here, but what is happening now? The d pawn is hanging. You almost let it hang with, like, do you play queen b3 and try to play rook d1?
Or, okay, 95 is nice as well. Excuse me.
I like
you have
that.
knight to c6 as a threat, yeah.
Yeah, 95, idea, knight c6, also knight g4. If you can hang on to that pawn, like, okay, he plays rook a3. I was trying to find out how to develop because knight c2 is a threat. You can't play queen f3. Now you can slide the rook over. Beautiful, because the queen had to stay on d1.
Yeah, and the black rook needed to go to b8 in order to have a threat of b5, but Wesley didn't find that. So instead, Keymer is the one with all
knight
the pressure.
C2?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, but here comes knight to g6, the computer, no hands, blue arrow. Oh, Vincent misses it.
What is knight g6? I still don't even know what that move is even about.
Was it bishop
He's trying to
takes
set it up
h6?
this way.
What was the idea? You're right.
It might have been like knight g6. Who knows? Bishop h6. Like, it really looks like nonsense. Like,
those were Stockfish is calculating in a way that is unfair. If someone plays knight g6, we're like, give me Vaughn, give me the fair play team.
Danny. 10 seconds, and you're facing this position. He's about to potentially lose the entire match right here. Because if Wesley wins, it's all over. He's got that cushion. 3 seconds.
Yeah.
You've got to make a comeback here. Pawn to f4, support that knight. I think that's the way to do this. I would also be trying to play like queen d3 to go to h7. That's the kind of move you want.
But he misses d6, Wesley does. And Vincent's right back in it. With 10 seconds left, he might get the win to force overtime.
And with the
Oh
match
my
clock
God.
expiring, this is a must-win game, but I think he is must-winning it.
Oh my God, he has C8 queen with check.
But there's rook E1.
Vincent, but bishop F1, he's
bishop
got it.
F1.
The
Oh
backwards
my
bishop
goodness.
move. Shout out to Michael Bay. The backwards bishop move. Oh my gosh.
Goodness. It's all over. He just has to connect the bishop and the queen, and he does that with bishop C4.
It's checkmate.
Force mate.
Oh my God. Vincent Keymer, when he must win, he does. And we are headed to overtime, folks. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the look on the face of Wesley So is almost like, are you kidding me? Right at the buzzer. He just about put the match away. He was better. He was down to what, 2 seconds, Vincent? And he's right into the bowl of food. This guy knows he needs to get the nutrients in right before the tie breaks. Danny, is this our, yeah, it definitely is our first tie break of this year's SCC.
Yep. We're going to overtime. We're going to remind you the format right now. They will get 4 games of 1+1. Colors obviously swap each game, just like any traditional match. And if we are tied, as I said earlier, we get Armageddon. I mean, at this point, I'm having a blast, so I wouldn't mind an Armageddon game. But what an absolutely clutch dub by Vincent Keymer, the underdog, to send us into the tiebreak.
Yeah, absolutely. And for this 4-game segment, obviously the colors continue to swap, meaning that Wesley will now grab the white pieces, of course, just continuing off from that last game. It is 11. That's a lot of ones on the screen. 11-11, 1+1. We are going into 4 games, and it means that they'll share the colors equally, right? In these 4 games. Wesley is really lamenting. Like, I haven't seen him this expressive. It almost feels like he knows that Vincent is capable of that high level of play, and he just wanted to put that match away because you give Vincent a chance, all of a sudden, anything can happen in tiebreaks.
Yeah, and he had it. He blundered a winning position, or at least a drawn position. Wesley So, with just seconds remaining, was up a game and up on the board, but Vincent Keymer gets the win, and here we are, everybody. Like you said, it's a lot of ones. It's 1+1, and it's 11-11. We got a lot of ones on the board right now, and okay, here we go. Another Nimzo.
And pay attention top left of your screen. You'll see the game counter if you're wondering, okay, it's 4 games. Where are we in that 4 games? We're in game 1 out of 4. And that's what matters. The fact that it's 11-11, honestly, at this point, does not matter anymore. It's all about these next 4 games.
Yep. Yeah, the only way we don't get a 4th game, everybody, is if somehow someone has won the match with 2.5 points out of 3 would prevent that 4th game. But more than likely, we're getting all 4 games here. And more than likely, Wesley So is in a great... Ooh, that can move C5. Look how awkward this is for black on the queen side.
Yeah, it's definitely a move that you don't want to deal with. I am wondering if bishop takes D5, but that just looks suspicious. There's nothing I like about that move except that I'm wondering what else to play. Castles says the engine, and so agrees Vincent after a long think.
Yeah, he must have considered bishop takes D5, but he finds the best computer move. Wesley So reinforces the center. Note that you can't take with the B pawn because you lose the bishop, and if you take with the D pawn, you lose E5. So I still like Wesley's chances here.
Yep. And even still, there goes C6, bishop C8. Yeah, you want to play the move F5 at some point. Ooh, rook takes A5 ideas?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Not necessarily right away, but he's thinking about it.
This is... Yeah, but it's kind of turning around. I mean, now he goes for it. Wants that knight on C4.
Yep. I like this a lot, especially in bullet for white.
Yeah, and Vincent going to get desperate, but Wesley trusting his intuition, kind of where he's best in these types of games. So will he play D6 or take A5? Both possible. Oh, okay. Takes A5.
Yeah, D6 kind of ruins the integrity of the pawns, so you better be damn sure that you're winning when you play D6.
Yeah, he wants to maybe... Oh, it goes queen H5. I was going to say, somewhere you're trying to hit the E5 pawn. Now he goes for it.
This is a great bullet game. Bishop B3. Is he going to continue with just d7? No, he takes because of the discovered the diagonal, Danny. You can almost queen this pawn in some cases. Queen d6,
Yep. I keep trying to highlight that diagonal, but they're moving so fast, so I haven't been able to draw an arrow. And just like that, Wesley So gets the first game in the tiebreaker. Okay. Wow. Well, time for Vincent to return the favor and keep this thing going. Keep the barn burner going.
Yep. It is not over if Wesley wins the next game, but obviously tracking the games exactly is going to be what these guys have to do as they're playing. You cannot get in a situation where you don't know the exact result that you need in every single game. It's as important as playing the game itself.
Yeah, and again, one thing I'm noticing just in the last several games since Wesley had that lead, even where Vincent won to tie it, is that Wesley is playing faster. This is the Wesley So we're kind of used to seeing again, not getting himself into long thinks where it was often long think, wrong think, as they say, right? So Wesley playing better and in a better spot in these openings than we've seen almost the entire match, Ramon.
Knight h4 would be the move that I would play here. It looks like we're winning a pawn. Might be temporary because bishop h7, and I think bishop takes e4. Yeah, I wonder, knight h4, it looked like the move there.
Okay, well, Vincent doesn't play that, and then Wesley responds with the best move, knight g6. Now, if you get a trade, if you take on d3, you're going to get pressure on it with a knight on e5, so not...
Yeah, it's a trade-off for b4 here. White's going to achieve b4, bishop maybe to f8 incoming, and then knight e5.
Yeah. This is a Benoni structure sort of reversed, and black will get the pressure on d3. White's trying to hit d4 in kind.
It's a good trade for black, always.
Yeah.
If you can take d3 for d4, c6 is also a little bit of a threat, and bishop takes d3, wins that pawn in the best way.
Yeah, because c4 falls pretty much immediately after, although watch the b7 pawn, that long diagonal for the bishop on g2. Yep, here we go.
There's a lot going on here, but one thing, Danny, that's constant is time. Wesley is always up on time, pretty much in every single game, so he kind of has that as his win con in the back pocket.
Yeah, and it's been something that happened. It wasn't at the start of the bullet, but something woke Wesley up, and he has, look at this, been consistently up big time on the clock, and now he's just winning material with, wait, what is it?
I thought it's c5, and you're going to have some sort of queen check if the knight moves?
I think b4 was just hanging, by the way. I think you could have just played bishop takes b4.
Oh, yeah.
That's what instead of c5.
Yep, definitely.
Oh, okay, but it doesn't matter. Look at this move, rook d2.
Oof.
Man.
Beautiful. Queen d5, have to try it, but there's nothing here for you.
Wesley So about to take a 2-game lead, up a piece, and with the compensation and the time on the clock.
Yeah, and it should be noted there's no match clock, right? It's just games. So you may as well play on. There's no like, I should resign.
Yeah. At the same time,
this
is
it's brutal
one
to play this on, right? Like it
Yeah,
doesn't feel good, but you kind of have to.
And at some point, psychologically, you're just torturing yourself. But okay, you might as well, in case there's a chance that someone blunders. And at the same time, if you're Vincent, what you're really doing right now is like, you're playing this one out to kind of gather yourself emotionally, because you are literally in must-win territory from here on out, and that's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's definitely over in all sense of the word, but I definitely appreciate how he's not resigning. It's so resignable, but he's really exhausting everything. Like, he went to the bitter end where he's going to be down every single piece. Like, okay, finally time to call it.
And this is it right here, right now. Vincent has to win to give us another game, and then he will be in yet another must-win territory to force Armageddon. So if you're just tuning in, you missed an absolute thriller of a game for Vincent Keymer to win as seconds expired. That's what got us into the tiebreaker of overtime. But unfortunately, his luck right now is running out.
Well, he's doing something that most bullet players can relate to. If bishop a8, there's knight b5, and you're dropping your a pawn, he's tilting. He's playing the hippo. It's not a great opening, and in a must-win game, he's just so frustrated with how he has played. that he's going for this, and I think it's kind of backfiring, but let's see.
What is it about the hippo that is like it's like its own gravitational pull when you're tilting? And no matter what your level is, I play the hippo when I'm tilting, and I tilt all the time, and I never wanted to play the hippo in my life. Like, what is it about this opening?
It's because you can pre-move it. Your pieces are not extended, so there's no way they can be attacked. So you're playing something that you can mindlessly play like 12 moves genuinely without thought.
You literally just unlocked a mystery of the universe for me. That is exactly what it is. You're just playing an opening you can pre-move, knowing that it's bad for you. You do it anyway. And unfortunately for Vincent, it is a bad position, but he did it anyway.
Yeah. He's down on time. He's just got a terrible position. You know, even this position with an A pawn for black is suspicious, but black doesn't have an A pawn. So the pawn is just probably going to rest on A7. This is not where you want to be. And I think that Wesley is not going to do too much. He really just needs to wait for the time to get low and hope that the A-pawn does the rest.
Yeah. Now, I was highlighting it as you were saying it. The A-pawn, this would be good for white even if black had an A-pawn, but he doesn't. And remember, all Wesley actually needs, everybody, is a draw, and this match is over.
That's right. Yeah, bishops are strong.
Okay.
I mean, you're happy to have the bishop pair just as some form of compensation, but ultimately white doesn't even need the rook on A1 anymore, so much so that he's offering it, the entire thing.
Yeah. Well, now he's got this beautiful A-pawn. Oh, yeah, it's falling apart for Vincent, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's down on time so much. F6 is dropping, B6 is dropping, H6 is dropping. And Vincent knows you almost have to, Queen G6, Knight E7. I mean, it's impossible not to blunder a tactic here.
Yeah. A7 is just like a nail in the coffin. You can't do anything. Wesley,
even Wesley's face, like his expression is like, sorry I had to do it to you, but I did. Look at that. An emphatic result and a little cheeky smile, Danny, after that entire match. A real effort from both players.
Wesley So leaning back, breathing a sigh of relief, shaking his head on what looks to be a highly uncomfortable couch. Sorry to call out that hotel. That just doesn't look that comfy to sit on. But Wesley So gets the job done anyway and punches his ticket to another quarterfinals in the SCC. He's been there before, but not always in this dramatic of a fashion, Amon. This was quite the thriller for a first-round matchup.
Yeah, it certainly was. We look at the scoreboard and how things ended. It really came down to that tiebreak. So neck and neck when you look at the 5+1, the 3+1, the bullet portion. Ultimately, it was a little more bullet that was needed, and Wesley puts away the match that he could have put away in regulation with really a fantastic tiebreak, 3-0. He didn't lose another game. He didn't give up another draw, and he takes it from the youngster Vincent, who I think had a really good showing in his first SCC. This is clearly an indication, Danny, that not only does he belong here, I'm sure he'll be back here, and if that's how he's performing against Wesley, he'll only come back stronger, right? Like, we know he's going to improve, and he knows exactly what went wrong in this match. So easy things to work on.
That's a first-round matchup no one wants to see in the future against Vincent Keymer. We've been commentating on this event, since we started it back in 2016. And at some point, Amon, the young guard is going to start sending guys like Wesley, Hikaru, Magnus. These guys at some point are going to take over the young guard. But not today, Wesley So says. I will be playing in another quarterfinals, although I'm really, really happy I have no more chess games against Vincent Keymer. There you go.
Exactly. Yeah, bottom right of the bracket there, Hikaru and Likwang Liam will be facing off, I believe, tomorrow. And these two are going to be, fighting for that chance to play Wesley in the quarterfinals. So some matchups starting to get set, as 4 of our total matchups have happened thus far. And Danny, we just saw what was basically neck and neck the entire way, and then right at the end we were talking about Wesley kind of turning on the jets a little bit, and he just pulled away just like that. All it took was a couple of games, and that was the difference. Vincent in the end couldn't keep up in the bullet after really some phenomenal blitz games and really outplayed Wesley in a number of them, but Wesley just understood the format. Stay in there, stay equal, take it to bullet. That's where you found success against Vincent. And from a game plan perspective, pretty impressive victory.
Yeah, obviously Vincent Keymer doesn't want to hear this right now because there are no almost counts, right? There is no consolation prize. He wanted to win this match, but if you are Vincent Keymer, you should keep your head high. I think you played better chess, especially in both of the first two portions at least, 5-1 and 3-1. Again, he doesn't want to hear that, but it'll be interesting to catch up with Wesley in a little bit and hear kind of what happened to him to kind of wake him up and speed him up in bullet. So can't wait to talk to him.
Yeah, we're going to get set for an interview with the winner of the matchup. That is Grandmaster Wesley So, which means chat, get your questions ready, and we are going to take a short break and be back with the winner, Wesley So, after this.
Okay, white to play and win. Okay, I think we don't have much choice for the first move. We should play b7, king b8, but then I think I should take some time to think how we can manage to kind of break this structure. I mean, bishop a7, king c7, of course, is forcing, and after bishop f4, rook c7, we will have some... Well, I think my idea is to go b7, king b8, bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, and get the king to d8 before the pawns move. I just need to make sure I put the bishop on the right square so that the pawns are not too fast. So bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, h5. I cannot go king h7 immediately because of a g5. So if I go to h2, there will be h4, king h7, g5, and no, this I cannot do, so I will probably go to e5 or d6. I'm not sure that makes a difference. Let's say I go to d6, h4, king h7, h3, king g8, h2, bishop h2, g5, king f8, g4. I think I'm missing a tempo somehow. I'm not sure how I'm going to win this tempo actually, but there should be some smart way. King's already on f8? Yeah. Okay, then I just play some bishop e5 for bishop d6 and then move the king. Yeah, my mind that was... Does it matter where I go?
I think
it has it as bishop e5.
Yeah, but yeah, Levon side it probably works with bishop d6 as well.
Yeah, but yeah, Levon side it probably works. Yeah, it doesn't qualify as a study then, but still it's a nice position.
It's a bit disappointed.
And then we take one.
Yeah, very good. Impressive.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Speed Chess Championship coverage. And Danny and myself are joined by the winner of today's matchup, Grandmaster Wesley. So, after tie breaks, Wesley, congratulations, first of all. But I have to ask, how was that tie break for you? Because you looked a little annoyed that you didn't win in that regulation and in that final game. You sort of, unfortunately, let it slip away. So, I mean, how are you feeling after that match?
Speed chess is getting stronger every year. Like, actually, yeah, before the event, like I'm here in St. Louis, and I talked with Fabian Asimov's pairing, and he said that Vincent is a good pairing, but I'm not so sure. Vincent has improved so much. He said Vincent's a good pairing, you know. But I mean,
Maybe Vincent improved since he said that. Maybe he was a good pairing, but he's improved since then.
Yeah, these kids, they improve so much. Like a year ago, like his bits rating is very low, like in FIDE, but I think that was in the past. Today he really gave me a run for the money. So I mean, also he's gained a lot of rating recently. I think it's number 7 or 8 in the world. So I knew it was gonna be a coin toss, but much tougher than I thought. This Speed chess man not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done there, Wesley. Didn't mean to speak over you. I was just going to say, what did you do? What did you do to turn it around? Because it felt like you said, it felt like he had your number and was playing really great chess heading into the bullet. So how do you, what happened? Was it a pep talk? What was it that helped you kind of turn it around there?
Well, I kind of got saved by the bell, by the bullet portion. Yeah, really, because without the bullet portion, then I think he was the slight favorite in this match. Come the bullet, I had a pretty decent advantage, I think. This time, he panics even in completely winning positions. And yeah, so I was very, very pleased when we were tied heading to the bullet. But I mean, this is not the way to play chess. And obviously, you wanna play well in the longer time control.
Well, I actually wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you, Wesley, how it feels. I actually really remember so many of your SCCs. Danny and I were talking about how you actually had one of the most accurate SCC blitz portions of all time in the history of it. How does it feel actually maybe getting a few more flags in there? Perhaps not your best chess today. Does it still feel good to win like that?
Yeah, a win is a win. I'll take it. Shout out to Vincent. I think he really improved a lot in the last few months, and I think he played better chess today. Like he was dominating in the 5-1 section. Also in pretty much all openings, he was dominating. Man, this Italian with h6 g5 is very, very annoying. Like he was getting better positions with black. Yeah. Like in the first few games, I was checking my score with white, and it's just horrendous. Yeah, but yeah, I want to say, Danny, thanks for inviting me to Speed Chess. I miss the good old days back in 2018. When Magnus was
2018. Oh, 2018, you made the finals. I mean, you deserve an SCC invite. You don't need to thank me. Your chess has gotten you here. You've been to the finals 3 times for a reason. But like you said, the young players are coming, right? Vincent Keymer was really there today, and at some point, you ended up kind of taking a break. You were obviously a little frustrated with yourself, and you wrote MF on your hand. Are we correct that you were giving yourself a reminder to move faster? Was that what it stood for?
Oh, you guys saw it?
Yeah, we saw it. You put your hand.
No, it's just whatever.
It was just what?
No, it's not nothing. I just like drawing sometimes,
Okay. Hey, there was no worries about that. There was no fair play issue. We were just curious because it was so fun for the chat to see that we actually made an emote. We now have an emote on Twitch which says MF with exclamation points for you. So people are going to be using that as they cheer for you in the next round.
Yeah, I'll keep the show PG-13 friendly.
Okay.
Yeah, MF could mean a lot of things, but
that's right.
Well, that's why we
But yeah,
landed on move faster, and we're going to leave it at that.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, last year it's Neiman and Lasovic. This year it's Vincent. These kids are improving a lot. And when is Fabi's match? He's playing Prague, so that's going to be very
Yeah.
exciting as well.
Yeah, I think
It's not till the end of the month.
Towards the end of the month, right?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I think. Yeah, I think today my white games were just really bad in the beginning, so that. But also, like Vincent was making blunders in winning position, so they gave me a chance.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did feel like it was at some point kind of back and forth. I mean, taking a step back from this match, Wesley, we know that you're taking some time during your tournament at the moment, right? The U.S. champs to play in the SCC. I mean, how is that finding time on your rest day to play SCC? Does that just keep you in the chess mood, or how is the balance for you?
Well, it's not ideal, but winning today certainly made up for it. Like, I'm very happy at that. Yeah, I mean, if I but it's a good memory because in 2022 I played Jeffrey Chong for this global chess league, right? That was also right before the US championship, and I was very lucky in that match. So, bring some good memories, but also the calendar is jam packed because right after this, traveling to India for the World Cup, and I think it's much better to play in the US than in India. Many reasons,
right?
Internet and
players over there.
We do appreciate you playing on the rest day, and you're right though. The calendar is so jam packed. We're in days where we're just trying to fit in the Speed Chess Championship where we can. So finding a rest day like the U.S. Championship is almost the only choice. So, by the way, Fabi plays October 30th. In case you're curious, against Prague. So,
okay, he doesn't want the next rest day.
He doesn't want the next rest day. But all right, you've been in the SCC more than a few times. You've won a U.S. Championship before. What would you rather have? Win the Speed Chess Championship or win the U.S. Championship this year? This is a question from chat.
Well, I think, Danny, you want me to say the Speed Chess.
I want you to tell the truth. I think the U.S. Championship is more prestigious for the reasons it is, but you've also never won the SCC, so I thought it was actually a fair question.
Yeah, actually, the point is to win the next match and qualify for the Esports World Cup. So I think that's huge.
That's
a
true
good one
too as well.
Yeah,
like,
he has his
need to
sights
win
set
the
on the EWC.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've won the US champs 3 times before, so Speed Chess would be a big deal. But, I mean, it's very tough with Magnus Hikaru. But, who knows?
Yeah, you were saying it's getting stronger, Wesley. It makes me think SCC is starting to become a very, very tough tournament to win, actually. So it'll be quite prestigious. You'll be getting past, Magnus, Hikaru.
Yeah, I guess now that you mention it, maybe Speed Chess this year is a lot more prestigious compared even the US champ, because you got Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi, also Esports World Cup, which is exciting. Yeah, like last year I played for Navi, but I keep losing on time, so I didn't make it. So hopefully,
I think you have a good chance of making it this year. I think. Well, anyway, and obviously it's not meant to be a trolling question. I think historically over the board chess and those titles are more prestigious. It's not a question where it's like make Chess.com happy, but I do think it's an interesting changing of the guard where you have these events that have more prize money than ever, more qualification opportunities than ever with the SCC and EWC. So I think, how do the top players think about that when you're looking at your schedule? It's almost hard to say no to playing on a rest day because you guys are so busy, but these online events have tons at stake.
Yeah, I think the chess world has changed so much for sure compared to pre-pandemic. I mean, pre-pandemic it's all over the board, classical. But I think chess has changed. Maybe mean, you can't prevent change. Maybe change for the good part, because as you know, FIDE also announced a new format for next year, right? They have some.
Yeah, what do you think
tour.
about that? What do you think about that format?
Well, we'll see. But I hate the fact that they want to make 45 plus 30 a classical rated game. I think 45 plus 30 should be, like slow rapid. Because, but we'll see. I think 45 plus 30 is a bit too short.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's all good. But it remains to be seen, because also, I don't know exactly the format yet. They haven't announced the format and all the details. Also, if you play 2 or 3 classical games a day, then you cancel all preparation whatsoever. Like, you have no time to prepare. So I'm not sure if I'll join that, but we'll see what the format is. But the good thing is, I was talking to Neiman yesterday, and he said now there are so many chess tours. A Grand Chess Tour, FIDE Tour, Chess.com Tour, the Neiman Endgame Tour. So
everyone has
the
a
good thing
tour, Wesley. When's your tour?
Yeah, there's also the Hikaru tour, right? Every Saturday, the Bullet.
And now you have the Norway Chess Tour. You didn't even mention that, which I guess is the FIDE Tour. But FIDE already had its own traditional tour to some degree in terms of the traditional qualifying cycle to get into the candidates. So chess has a lot of options for top players, and we'll see what that means for the future for sure.
But I think it's a very good thing, because if as a top player, if you get into 1 or 2 of these tours, you're set for the year. Like, you can't complain, because you always have a job. Also, there's the freestyle chess tour I forgot to mention.
Oh yeah, freestyle chess. Yeah. There you go.
Well, that's proof that there really are too many to keep track of. But can never have enough, I always say. Wesley, looking ahead in the SCC, I guess you have a potential matchup with either Lei Guangliang or Hikaru Nakamura in the next round. We don't know who it's going to be, but any thoughts about a potential upcoming opponent there?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess it's Hikaru all the way to the.
Someone you've played quite a lot in the Speed Chess Championship, but maybe not as early as the quarterfinals.
Huh? Sorry.
I don't think maybe you've played him in the quarterfinals, but obviously you've played him a lot.
Yeah, actually, Hikaru is here in St. Louis. He's here for his wife. He's very pregnant.
He's in St. Louis, but he's not playing the U.S. Championship. But he's covering the U.S. Championship, and his wife is playing in the U.S. Women's Championship. So,
no, I saw him yesterday going down the stairs. Yeah, I was like, Hikaru, Hikaru, it's not too late to join the U.S. Championship.
Well, all right, Wesley, we wish you the best of luck, man, in both your next round against whoever that is, and of course in the U.S. Championship. But any final thoughts? I'd like to give you the floor last.
Wow, well, I mean, thanks for everything, Arman, and thanks for today, Danny. You guys must be very tired. Again, I'm very happy for the win. I'll play any rest day as long as I win. But yeah, trying to improve my chess.
Absolutely. Well, Wesley, always a great interview as well. So thanks for taking the time after a long match and on the rest day to speak to us. And I know the chat loves hearing. So congrats on the win, and we'll see you for your next matchup.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thanks to all the viewers.
Bye, Wesley.
Bye, Wesley. All right. And we have, you can see the bracket there, Danny, as things come to a close for today. Wesley getting that win, obviously, over Vincent. He spoke in the interview just about how he felt the bullet was really in his favor. And he was, fair play, admitting that, hey, the young guy really got me when it came to some of those openings. This interesting h6, g5. He was just better in those blitz games, but Wesley really liked his chances going into the bullet, in regulation and in the tie breaks with more bullet.
Yeah, he agreed with a lot of the commentary we were providing, right? Vincent seemed to play the better chess. He felt like Vincent was the slight favorite in terms of how he played in the blitz. Openings were going his way, but ultimately the old guard getting it done in that fastest time control, and he kind of said that he knew he would. I think the breaking news of that interview was MF did not mean move faster, and he almost acknowledged that maybe it was something. I don't know what it meant, but Wesley, that was funny. I'll say
that was hilarious, which makes the emote all the more better. You've committed to the emote, Danny. It's not going away. Every Wesley match, I expect to see it. And he also perfectly segued, as we asked him, Hikaru, right, is the next matchup that people can look forward to in the SCC. Hikaru is up against Lei Kwang Liem. That is taking place 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Central European Standard Time, and that is tomorrow. So I think might be roulette time for my co-commentator again, but I will certainly be back to host.
I wish I was with you tomorrow. I won't be. Have fun. I will see you again, I think, later in the first round. So Amon, you're crushing it. I'll be back to a fan. You're the second monitor of my life right now. I just put it on over there, not muted, but low volume, so I can kind of hear just in case you guys raise your voice, and then do the normal work day. So like everybody else, I will have you on tomorrow.
Well, everyone knows when they should tune back in. And Danny, that wraps up our show for the day. Thanks for joining me for the coverage. It was an epically close match. It was the first one that went to tie breaks. So as always, you know, in this round of 16 of the SCC, really a treat to get that type of matchup early on. And Vincent, I'm sure we'll see him back in the SCC with a performance like that. So Danny, pleasure. Thanks for joining today, and we'll see everyone tomorrow for more SCC action. That's all from us, guys. Bye for now.